It is just the nature on the YouTube side of things. It's a colossal pain in the butt to deal with. And I do say this on every YouTube video just so that hopefully someone over on YouTube is like, let's look at some of the content our people are going, oh look, a lot of people are complaining about the situation with our live stream. Maybe we should improve on that. I don't actually think that'll happen, but it makes me feel better. Yes, for those who missed the Beginning Survivor challenge, basically what we've got going on in here is Farming Simulator 22 is a simulation game around farming. So it is a somewhat accurate representation of farming. And I mean that is in like the parts that you have to do, like fertilizing, planting, plowing, harvesting, like all that is accurate. They do finagle some things to make it enjoyable as a game. Have you seeded your field? I have one of the fields mostly seeded. That's literally where we left off. So if we look at what I've got here, when we started out, this is all I had. I had this chainsaw. This is where we sleep at night with our wonderful wood fire stove and our bed of nightmares and our MREs. And this truck. A 1984 truck with that classic 1984 bronze. It looks like it's rusted the entire time to hide the rust. And we managed to do massive amounts of deforestation on this hill to go and get ourselves a greenhouse, as well as the tiny little tractor over there and its water tank and that. And we have been making money using all of this over here. And now we're moved on to getting our field and all set up. Looks like an old Volkswagen truck. Yeah, in-game it's Lizard brand, which is interesting because they actually do, I believe they have Volkswagen stuff in the game. But yeah, so we are at the point of planting our first field. We are planting oats at the moment. This tractor is not actually adequate to run this equipment. You got it, Jamie. Yeah, it's not a truck, it's a lizard. Yeah, farm time. I've been surprised, like, I was worried people weren't really enjoying the farm sim content, but since I started the challenge, we've had, like, a good turnout for it pretty much every single night, which has made me really happy. I think the big problem was doing that other one with the tree, where it was, like, everything was cutting down trees all day, every day. I'm exaggerating a little bit, but only a little bit. And then when we started the other one, where it was just like a pre-made map kind of thing, I feel like there wasn't enough to make it interesting. Like, people just didn't get invested. Versus starting with like a proper challenge, you know, has a lot more. I also feel like this map works well for like streaming and YouTube content, because there's nothing here, so you get to kind of see, like, really see it grow. You wish you were here for the tree stream? Oh, I don't think those VODs would still be around, actually. I was gonna say you can check it in the VODs. It's fun. Like, I can show the map at some point, but, has good short or long progress payoffs? Yeah. Because this is only the third stream we've been doing a challenge. We had one full stream where I did the entire stream of Farm Sim, and then we had one that was a half stream. And then this'll, like, today it'll be a half stream again, which is what I normally do, is half stream. Let me get this correct. You live in a broken down bus and farm mushrooms? Not questionable at all. Well, right, but I also farm flowers. They might have medicinal purposes. No, I'm teasing. Well, I was thinking more like poppy plants or something, where it's like, yes, it's a flower, but also it's used for other things. Alright, so refilling that. But the plan here is... Oh, there's Muffin. And other things. So the plan here at the moment is I want that tractor to finish what it's doing. Once this tractor has finished what it's doing, which we can get along for the ride. Once this tractor finishes what it's doing, what I'm going to end up doing is dropping the seeder, taking the tractor, we're going to pick up our flatbed, and go do delivery of the flowers and the mushrooms. That should net us somewhere in the ballpark of about $24,000-$25,000. And we'll take that $24,000-$25,000, and I'm probably going to potentially buy a planter, which is like a seeder, but there's different crops it could do. So my understanding is and I could have this wrong, poppy seeds aren't used for those. Poppy seeds are used for opioids. So they could be stuff like painkillers. They could also be hallucinogenic. And I'm pretty sure it was the seeds you use, but I actually don't really know. I'm not extremely well versed on narcotics. Yeah, so the big thing we need to save up for is a better tractor. This seeder is expecting me to have a tractor that's at 125 horsepower. This one's at 100. So it can run, but you'll notice it'll kick in and out of gear every once in a while. Let's see, it is the seeds, it's the coating of the seed. Not that you know or anything. I mean, fair enough. Probably more knowledgeable about it than I am. But, so get this planted, because this would actually go around a little over double the speed we're going right now if I had the right tractor. If I get a second tractor, I could sit there where it's just doing laps back and forth. I could just grab an NPC like we've got going right now and say, hey, NPC, do this. And I can go run over and do something else, like start plowing up a new field or delivering another load of whatever we're selling, that kind of thing. One moment. I didn't want to make the squeaky noises you make when, a straw moves around. Yeah, so we're almost done with this field. We're, like, right in the last limb. And if it seems like I'm definitely not, like, doing things on the keyboard, we have put an AI worker responsible for it. They get the job done, but they are not the best. If your field has a weird shape, they do a terrible job of it. If there is any obstructions in the field, you got like the tiniest little stump of a tree or whatever, it's just anarchy. They'll like go up, they'll pull up to it, and then they'll go and they'll skip the entire next row, and then they'll go like diagonally, and you're just like, oh please, just stop AI. You're making it worse. Well, I got a wonderful little field here. We're gonna do a quick tour of the map. That's what we could do real fast. So yeah, this is a modded map. That the entire gist of the map is there's basically nothing here when you start. So everything you set up is like what you're going. So what we've got is we currently own, if we look at the larger map, this is Cell 47. That's the only property I own. So if I hit this one, it's highlighted blue because I own it. But if we look, we have all these shops and all that kind of stuff down there. That's the only infrastructure that exists. The rest of the map is empty. There are technically 2 fields here, but they're basically withered plants and all that. You can't just like buy it and harvest it. But what I have here is I've got my big field on the left, which is what we're... Okay, I thought it was stopping. What we're currently planting. I'm going to put a road like kind of along where I'm driving right now. And this road will go and it'll turn left over there. Like if you're facing the other way that I'm facing. It'll go left over there, go around to the water tower. It'll go straight back there. And it's going to go straight over this little ridge over here. Between the rock and the big field on the left. I have these 2 fields on the right. They haven't been planted yet. You really dislike the current Twitch front page? Is it how the art situation is bleeding into everything? I've noticed. And for the record, a lot of the stuff they're doing there actually does not adhere to the new Twitch policy. They just haven't been getting slapped for it yet. They're definitely pushing to see how far they can take it. which Twitch will have to go and, like, clarify its policy again. Yeah, pretty much. So they're going to clarify their policy again. They're going to probably slap some people with temporary bans. People took the adjustment of what they said as everything is okay, go nuts. And it's like, no, that's not what they said. They were fairly lax, but you're taking it way farther. But yeah, so as you can see, this is on the far south end of the map here. We've got our sell point here. If we got logs and all that, we sell here. Hey, Belnar, how's it going? Can I get a shout out for Belnar? What were we playing today and how was your stream? And then here we have a repair place. We've got where I can buy and sell and do all that sort of stuff with tractors. I don't remember what was on sale today. Nothing I can afford, so it doesn't matter. But welcome in, Raiders. For those who don't know, Belnar, member of Halcyon Frequency, fantastic content creator on the platform. Been playing... Oh, that's right. I saw you're playing... Oh, yeah, so it was Valheim earlier. You're playing with a bunch of people. I know you've been playing that a bit lately, which, good games not. So definitely check out Belnar. Plays a lot of indie games. So if you're looking for indie games and like Valheim and that kind of stuff, a lot of good stuff over there. Valheim and Fallout 76, nice. I need to revisit Fallout 76 at some point. And then we got the place where you can buy all your animal stuff. I'm just giving a tour of the No Man's Land map. We're doing a challenge in Farm Sim, and we're waiting for the AI to do my work for me. And so we're just giving a little tour. Especially on private server with peeps. Yeah. No, that's when Fallout 76 dropped, I picked it up, and I would not be in camp it was a bad game. I enjoyed it. My kind of stance was it's a game that probably shouldn't have put Fallout in its name because the expectation Fallout created, to me, is what caused the problem. That's just my own opinion. People could disagree. They could be absolutely fine with all that. But I feel like if it would have been a unique IP but the exact same game, it would have been pretty alright. But I've heard nothing but good things that they put a lot of work into, you know, making it better and better. I did check back and it did seem to improve. I hadn't given it a good try. But also with this map, you'll notice we have the one and only road here. It doesn't really go to anything too meaningful or important, but you get the idea. This whole map is just open. We can make what we want of it. Yeah, so definitely drop a follow for Belnar for again, stuff like Fallout 76, Valheim. Plays a lot of indie games, stuff that's good there. You'll notice we got this field up here. Oh, I didn't even know there's a concrete slab there. It's all withered and rotten. It's just the way it is. But pretty much it's just a road to nothing. So whatever you decide to make on this map, it's pretty close to a clean slate. As close as you're going to get. And we just set up a little ways off of it. But the challenge we're doing is what's referred to as Survivor Man. That kind of the core gist of this challenge is that you start with a chainsaw, no money, no loans allowed, no leasing allowed, nothing like that, and you've got to just try and make it work. And to that end, I did make one change from the way a lot of people start the challenge. Some people give themselves a tractor, like the really crappy tractor with a trailer. I gave myself the pickup truck with the extra rule that I may not sell the pickup truck to, you know, quick influx money. Solo cell found? Yeah. But to that end, we've done pretty good. This is only the third stream we've done it. We did one full stream and one half stream before this. Where basically this used to have a whole bunch of trees on it, as you can tell from all the stumps everywhere. We cut down those trees, used the truck, hauled them back to the sell point over there, made enough money to get a greenhouse, a water tower, and this really, really teeny tiny rinky-dink 25 horsepower tractor that struggles to do literally everything I put it to. But I have found a job for it. It just takes water from that tower to the greenhouses. We have 2 greenhouses that we've got over here growing mushrooms. So we've got these going. This is my primary income right now. And then we are also growing flowers in these ones, like a variety of assortments. which is not a major part of our income. And then with that, giving us a bunch of money, we've managed to expand our operation to, this is our very first time planting these fields, that I plowed 3 of my own fields. I've got my large field down there, and that's an AI who's currently slowly bleeding me of my money to plant that so I don't have to. And we are planting oats. And then I'm thinking I'm going to put, what was it? It's going to be sunflowers and something else we're going to plant. Because we're in season, I can plant everything here, but stuff like cotton, the harvester is so expensive, I could plant it, but then when it came up time to harvest it, I wouldn't be able to afford the machine to harvest it, so it'd just rot in the field. So the plan is to do oats and sunflowers, and then I think I'm going to wait to the next month, and then I'm going to plant corn in the last field. Hey Rual, sorry if it's a bit upfront, but can you ask me about your ADHD? Oh, absolutely no problem. One of the things I want to do is normalize it. What are you doing? So for me, I wasn't diagnosed with ADHD till about a year ago. And it's something... Did you just stop working? Oh, you're out of seeds. Fair enough. But yeah, so I've lived with ADHD my whole life, but I went undiagnosed until about a year ago. I've known I've had it for probably about 5-ish years. And the big thing is when it came down to the age that you typically diagnose people with ADHD, like when I was a kid, you only had kind of the symptoms of ADHD that are typically depicted in television and media, which is that, the kid who can't sit still, who can't do anything. And I was very not that. I would pace a lot, but that was about the only thing that'd be in line of that. Otherwise, I was someone who could just sit there and read. And a big part of that is a big factor of ADHD is what's called hyperfocus. And what hyperfocus, it's pretty straightforward. It's you get into something, and it's still a difficulty managing your attention, but kind of to the other extreme that most people think of. It's something grabs your attention so heavily that you struggle to keep your attention on other things. And it's fine when it's something productive you're hyper-focusing on, or something like when you have a priority that needs to be done. But it can be very problematic when, the latest game comes out and you're obsessing over it, and you're not getting your homework done or whatever. Bellator saying, I get immense hyper-focus sometimes, like a new hobby or something, you forget literally everything for a month. Oh yeah, no, absolutely. And then, the moment your hyper-focus changes, whatever that thing you were obsessed about, straight out the window. That's honestly one of the big tells for someone with ADHD. If there's someone who gets into something, and then they go really deep into it, and then they drop it and go on to the next thing, it doesn't mean they have ADHD, but it is a fairly strong indicator that they might have it. But for me, it went undiagnosed up into adulthood, and it really became a problem for me in college that I mentioned on a previous stream that I was in a situation that my degree program was being ended in the college that I was going to, and so as well as ones, if I missed one class, I would be set back about a year or two of college, so it was like kind of do or die, and I made it through, but it got real sketchy. And it got to the point I had set aside a room that I had a table, a light, my book, paper, and pencils, and nothing else. No phone, no radio, no music, no computer, nothing. So that there was literally only that. And I could sit there for hours trying to just force myself to pay attention and to do it. And it was homework I knew how to do. Like, it wasn't like I was struggling to understand it. I just physically had to do the thing I knew. And it would take me hours to get it done. Until eventually I'd get frustrated, I'd go do something else for half hour or so, and then be like, no, I need to get back onto what I'm on task, and then I'd be able to knock it out. And what I had done is I had fallen into what's called the Pomodoro method. That it's a way of kind of tricking the brain where you do something you want for 5, 10, 15 minutes, and you switch to something you need to be doing, and you kind of pop back and forth on timers, and people have different amounts of time. And it's taking advantage of the way the brain's chemistry works to give you that dopamine hit from doing the thing you want, and then immediately trying to jump into the thing you're trying to do while that dopamine is still going, and just flipping back and forth. It's not foolproof, but it's one tactic that people do to manage it. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. But the way I figured out that I had ADHD is I advocate for people with neurodivergent conditions and disabilities, and I've done that long before I knew I had a neurodivergent condition. And what ended up happening is through my advocacy and everything, you know, I started learning more and more about various conditions out there. And I would talk to ADHD, you know, people with ADHD, and, you know, they'd talk about their childhood and everything. I'm like, why are you describing my childhood to me? And I had a close friend who was diagnosed as a kid with ADHD. And later on, we were having a conversation. I had made I can't even remember what the comment was, but it's just, you know, something I'd learned about ADHD. And it was something that was like, you know you have it, right? I'm like, what? He's like, yeah, you 100% have ADHD. It's like, there's no question about this. And then even then I'm like, yeah, I should go in and like actually get, you know, go through and talk to someone about getting my diagnosis and all that. And getting diagnosis from ADHD isn't difficult as far as the process goes. It's difficult because it's kind of like someone read what's difficult for people with ADHD. Let's make the entire diagnosis process literally that. It almost hits everything that, like everything that is hard as someone with ADHD, which is like keeping schedule stuff, documenting stuff, like all the, like being organized, all of that stuff you need to do to get your diagnosis. So it's almost like if someone is trying to make a case that you don't have ADHD, the fact you successfully got through your diagnosis almost makes it evidence that, like, clearly you don't have it. I'm obviously exaggerating with that, but it really is tough. But it was this past year that, you know, I kept saying I need to do this, I need to do this, I need to do this. Which it wasn't I need to do this for a whole, like, one, I wanted to do it to be like, you know, I believe I have this condition. Like, let's actually, you know, get it official, get it in writing and all that kind of stuff. And there's a whole range of reasons to do that. One is if you know the rules you're playing by in life, it's much easier to succeed. Versus if you do have something like ADHD or dyslexia or autism or any of these other conditions, and you try and just approach things the same as everyone else, you're kind of working against the way your brain works. And you can find success. These things don't prevent you from having success. You have to approach things differently. Where's the AI going? Oh, the AI stopped. We finished planting the field. So I took the tractor from the AI so I can go sell Mushy Mush. I was describing your life to FG, and FG's yelled at me about going to get my diagnosis. That's honestly the most common path nowadays of getting your ADHD diagnosis as an adult, not as a kid. The kid's a whole different situation. A lot of times it'll be stuff that people will observe at school and be like, yeah, you should take your kid to go get checked, or you'll have behavioral problems at school that aren't a symptom of ADHD itself. They're more a symptom of the stressors that are caused by having ADHD. Is the water still filling? Oh no, it'll automatically stop when it's done. Like, and that's not a mod, that's just the way the game works, is it's like, it's full. And the only mod I have that has any impact to gameplay is we do have the autoloader. And that's just because when you get to mid-late game in Farming Sim, if you don't have the autoloader, you're just gonna be playing Forklift Simulator. Melder saying, is hyper-focused at school stuff as a kid, so I didn't see any issue being a 10-10 student and everything. Yeah, that was me till about the 4th grade. And then I stopped being interested in some of the subjects. And so the subjects I was interested in, I would get A+. And the subject I wasn't interested in, I would really struggle. Alright, we should have one more show up here in just a second. Don't make me get out. There you go. And that's again another thing that's common with that. And the big problem is, and this, like, no blaming my parents. You know, they didn't know what they didn't know kind of thing. Like, it's not that they didn't try or that they failed me in any way or anything like that. We were learning so much about these conditions back in the 80s and 90s. versus we have so much more knowledge nowadays. That makes it way, way easier to diagnose, and we have a lot of effective ways of. Excuse me, Flatbed, where are you going? We have a lot more effective ways of diagnosing and treating it. Now, it's not something you get treatment and poof, your ADHD is gone. It's a mitigation strategy kind of thing. Some people like medication's the way to go, and no judgment at all. Like, you know, if it helps, use it. Some people can have, like, strategic/therapy things that can handle it. That's what I've been doing personally so far. I have not tried medication. I'm trying to avoid it, but at the same time, like, if it helps, it helps. I've very heavily debated, you know, giving it a try and seeing how it goes. Kind of thing. Let's see, nobody knew anything about the stuff here in childhood at every time in school, really. Very different these days. Yeah, absolutely. Like, that was, nowadays, we survey for autism, ADHD in a lot of places, not everywhere. Just as part of school, that they have... Test may not be the right word for it. That they do have just as normal stuff they do. Oh, actually, you didn't have another box, that's fine. That they just have, you know, you hit a certain age, I think it's like 6 or 8 years old or something like that, that they sit down, they have you answer a bunch of questions and all that. And it's not that they diagnose you then and there, but it's like if you hit enough of those things, they're like, okay, like this person's hit enough of these notes, let's have them go in and, you know, get a proper diagnosis. And, you know, at that point, they either get diagnosed or they don't. But that's just not a thing we did in the 80s and 90s. We didn't understand these things as much. Darcher says, hit or miss until you find the perfect balance with meds. Yeah, that's kind of the thing, is I've known a lot of people with ADHD, and I would say more of the meds end up helping them a lot. I've known a few that they'd try one med, and that med would be a miss, but then they try a different med, and that would work out for them. I found some that it's like, the meds would solve this problem, but create this other problem. So it's and that's true of more than just ADHD. There's some trial and error and, you know, figuring it out. And there's even people who, like, one med works for them for 10 plus years and then something changes and they're having either side effects or something that they're like, okay, let's try putting you on something else for a while, and then that works instead. Not that they get, like, a tolerance to the med, it's just things. It sounds vaguely like med things with anxiety and depression. Yes. Well, I mean, and it's also true of lots of stuff. Even, like, cholesterol medicines can be the same way. For some people, cholesterol medicines, some work, and then others don't. They have to, like, switch up what there are. You know, there's tons of medicines that's true of. Body chemistry is a very complicated thing. And we can't just open people up and be like, I figured it out. Invasive tests are fairly invasive. And often worse than the condition they're trying to help. So we do a little trial and error, and then sometimes have to adapt. Belnar saying, the school teachers these days know how to look for these things. Yeah, I would say that's mostly true. I honestly find, I volunteer at a lot of schools, or at least I used to. I don't do it as much as I used to. I kind of wish I had time to do more of it. But, and for me it was promoting science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. So basically I'd go into a classroom, and the students loved it because they get to do some fun activity, but they're, you know, secretly learning the scientific method and stuff like that. But, you know, we'd do silly stuff like we'd have an activity with gliders where we'd start, you know, discussing things like drag and lift and air resistance and all that. But they're getting to effectively make paper airplanes. They're just learning while they're doing it. Both your wife's sisters are teachers, and it was part of their education to know about these things. Excellent. I am in an area that it's a lot more mixed, which we won't dig into too much because it gets very political. But we do have parts of Florida that are really good about it. But we don't need to open the can of worms about why it's hit and miss here. Because it is a can of worms. But even then, it's still better than it used to be. Because it was just not a thing that people paid attention to, knew about, or diagnosed on a regular basis. The old process was you would basically wait till a student has behavioral problems, and you would try a bunch of things, and then maybe you get to checking to see if they have ADHD or autism. Gunner says, teacher job here is university level education. Most cases, so they go into a lot more things. Gotcha. Alright, so we're going to drop this off. We've got a cool $42,000 now that we banked. I didn't check the actual amount. It would have been about $24,000, $25,000 we got from that sale of the flowers and the mushrooms. Which you get about 1.5 sales that size, you know, per in-game month, which is an in-game day. But what we're going to go do is we're going to go... so I'm torn on this one. I want to buy the planter. Okay. Please don't use weird messed up fonts that mess up all of chat. While funny, it makes it impossible to read, which is kind of crappy. But yeah. Which, for those who missed it, all they did is they use special characters where you've probably seen where they can, like, have fonts that, like, bleed over into other areas because they're not well suited or whatever. It was a deliberate thing to do that. So while funny, it does actually screw up people's ability to read. How do you change font? There's limits. How much is the planter? And can you get the upgrade tractor? I won't be able to get both of those right now. An upgrade tractor is probably going to cost us in the area of 100,000. The planter, I believe, is 15,000. The big thing I want is I want to get the planter, and if possible this in-game day, I would like to get what's called the rollers. Because you can use rollers, and it's a weed prevention thing. That basically you plant your seeds, you know, they're all in there, and then you use the rollers to press the soil down. And that way seeds of weeds or whatever, when they drop on, they have more difficulty getting themselves into the dirt. So, you know, the birds just take them and all that. It's also, my understanding, is a way to deal with, like, really small pebbles and all that. But the problem is the rollers cost 50,000. And I already have my harvester sitting there. I don't have the headers for it, but the headers are about 15,000, so I'm not super worried about it. Oh, so actually, for just your end on Darth, you actually can have your browser change its font. I can't remember if it was a mod that does that, but I can't remember if it was oh, what is it? Not 7, whatever. I'm blanking on the other one, like the mod tool that people use. Not mod tool, the for showing emotes and all that. Words are hard. Alright, so planters. So we're going to be getting the littlest little planter, which so the good news is that planter actually we're well suited for. Because it requires 100 horsepower, and we have 100 horsepower. But, man, I'm blanking on it. It's the one that lets you see emotes that aren't on Twitch. So, like, if you're out of emote slots, a creator can add emotes. Better TTV. Holy crap, it took me a long time for my brain to remember that. Yeah, so you'd use Better TTV and actually have it replace the font and all that. There's a setting for that. And I can't remember if it's Dyslexia or Open Dyslexia. Both those fonts are... Oh, wait. Fertilizer. We'll get the fertilizer in a minute. Yeah. Yeah, no, that's how Better TTV works in the back end, is it's just tweaking the style sheets. If you know how to do style sheets, it's not that big a deal. If you don't know how to do style sheets... Oh, we need gas. If you don't know how to do style sheets, stuff like Better TTV can make it so you don't have to learn a form of programming. Because for those who don't know what the style sheets is, it's cascading style sheets, also known as CSS. When you're looking at websites, that kind of decides, not like, I mean, it can be used for layout, but it's mostly like the aesthetics, like what colors go where, what font size we use, is this centered or is this on the left? Like, what is the margin from the edge of the page? It does layout stuff, but that's kind of one of those places where you use the style sheets for it, but you can also use the page, like, HTML for it. Like, that gets complicated. When you have websites that resize themselves automatically for if they're on tablet or if they're on desktop or if they're on mobile, that's usually cascading style sheets that do that. So I am need to go back to with the flatbed, and the reason I'm going to do that is this thing can take fertilizer, so I'll help. I need to lurk for a bit. No problem, Smoker, so far. But yeah, no, it's generally speaking, the big things going on right now with stuff like ADHD, autism, dyslexia, all these neurodivergent conditions, is we are well more educated and aware than we ever have been, and there's a lot more we still need to do, but where we didn't understand these things at all, and a lot of times we just didn't have names for them, or they're very poorly understood, we're getting way better about it. And it is one of those things that now kind of the big things we're tackling is stigma around them. That there is, there's a lot of negative stigma that comes with a lot of these conditions and all that. And any type of like mental health thing either, there's a lot of stigma around it. And people are going out of their way to be open and discussing it, both to help people realize if or if not they do have one of these conditions. And then also, you know, helping them, you know, helping people be able to be open and discuss it and not stigmatized. Because it is a problem we have when it comes to in the workforce. So not just broadly, but when it comes to jobs, that the demographic that is the most prejudiced against, the most biased against, is people with disabilities, which would be including people with neurodivergent conditions for this purpose. Because at least here in the US, neurodivergent conditions are protected by the same laws as your disability stuff in most cases. There's fuzziness in that one, though. You love that there's a hand-egg match featured on Twitch right now. You can't watch it, but it still shows on the front page. Front and center. This premium content is not available for you. Region error number 1. Excellent. But it is the thing that we're building awareness, and we're trying to do what we can to get, because like there, as I mentioned, the old media depiction of ADHD was, you know, kids who couldn't sit still, couldn't pay attention, they go ooh piece of candy, ooh butterfly. That's the way it was represented in media of like almost all forms. And ADHD can express in some of that way, but that is not the only way. And not everyone who has ADHD even experiences that type of problem at all. So being able to talk about it and really kind of try and hit home saying, hey, like what you think this is and what it really is are not the same thing. But yeah, no, talking about is good for everyone. Yeah, so the reason I came back with the flatbed is I forgot the planter could take fertilizer as well, solid fertilizer. So I would like to do that to get better yields. So I'm going to be taking a hit on money. We're definitely not going to be able to afford the rollers, I don't think. Yeah, so we want this. We'll grab 8 of them. Oh, that is more than I thought it was going to be. It's fine. We're definitely not buying the rollers. Just a casual $13,000 purchase. It's fine. Just, that's okay. I don't have much money. We'll just spend literally half of all of my remaining funds on fertilizer. It's fine. It's one of those things, it's going to cost me a heck of a lot now, but it will, you know, it'll make it so I make a lot more money when we get to the other side of this. So, it's one of those ones that it hurts to do in the short term, but it's going to be better for us in the long term. I also don't think it actually uses that much fertilizer. I think we'll probably go through maybe, for both those fields, maybe 1.5 of these would be my guess. I could be entirely wrong. Actually, probably not even that much. Maybe not even a full one. But it'll be putting an extra 1,000 and some change into a field for planting. And then in return, I'll probably make like an extra 5 or 6, 7,000 because of the higher yield. The big thing is, by the time we get to July, I need to have 15,000 set aside. Because I need to get a header for my harvester, otherwise I can't harvest. And if I can't harvest, we get to stare at plants and watch them wither and rot in our field and go, that was a lot of money we burned for absolutely no reason. That said, we're making probably pretty close to 40,000 an in-game month from the greenhouses right now, so I'm not super worried about it. Okay, and then with this, I'll be able to turn around and take the planter and we'll put down the sunflowers. I can't put down the corn yet. The planting season starts next month, but that'll be good. Because once I get this field planted, we're kind of done on what I need to do this in-game day. Because I'll have that field planted. Honestly, it'll also be getting pretty dark by the time we finish this field. So that'll be perfect. Because then we can get that planted. We'll plant the corn the next day. And we could spend the next in-game day going through. I got a stump grinder for all that. We could just use the stump grinder and grind it all up. Alright, dropped all those off. And eventually I'm going to get like a proper shed and parking lot and all these. It's just right now, you know, we're early game on a challenge run. If it's not strictly necessary, you're probably not going to see me do it. Or rather, if it's not something that's going to immediately result in some return financially, we're probably not going to do it. Okay. Okay, so we have about 1 and maybe a third. Maybe one and a third to 1 1/4 things of bales of fertilizer in this. So we'll see how far it goes. This field I'm going to do now is... We'll do this field. Well, we'll do this field. We'll do this field now. I'm very poorly lined up. We'll do this field now, and then the other field will be the corn. All right. Oh, did I already go through here and hit him with the grind up all the stumps? I don't remember. The answer is no. Hey, you know I just asked you to do this? Forget about it. Give me a minute. We take 2 seconds real fast. We're gonna grab the stump grinder, and we're just gonna go through these 2 fields real fast and grind all the stumps. Because if I don't do that, the AI has a really rough time. And I don't have to babysit the AI the whole time when I could just deal with it. So let's grab our stump grinder. All right. Because once I plant stuff, like right now it's fine for me to drive across it when I, like, right after you plant it, but after it's been in the ground for a little while, you can run into problems if you drive over your crops, you can kill your crops. And I have done it more than once. We've got another stump over here. And those are all crows. I think this field only had 1 or 2 stumps. I think they're on the far end here. But I could easily be forgetting. It's also possible that I already did this for this field. I don't remember doing it. It could also be one of those things that I just cut the AI loose, see where they mess up, grind the stumps, and then fix it after the fact. It's fine if it comes to that, but I'd rather not. Thinking it must have already gone through. I would have expected to see a stump by now. Yeah, it must have already gone through this field, and I haven't gone through this one. So I did see there was a 3rd stump over here. Unless I already got it. I think I must have already gotten it. Alright. And in the future, when I'm dealing with this kind of stuff, there's one. In the future, when I go to deal with these stumps, like, I can just cut down the tree and right then and there hit it with the tractor and get rid of the stumps. Because I'm not planning, like, deforesting the entire map. It's just, like, these little clumps of tree here in the middle, those I'll still clear out of the way, but like the big patches of trees on the ridges and all that, I'm probably going to keep those for, you know, just kind of having an aesthetic where it's just not one big flat area with rocks in it. Give the map a little character. And I might actually shorten this field after this harvest. Just so the AI doesn't struggle with the big rock. I think I might be able to break that big rock. I'm not sure, though. Some you can, some you can't. I don't have the tools to do it, but you can get a hydraulic spike that you just basically put on a front loader and you just drive up to it and just keep tapping it again and again. No, literally I'm sitting right here at a stump, so we can go ahead and cut that down. Okay, let's get back to planting. I just want to get ahead of those stumps because it is a thing that the AI will like start a lane and then reverse and do this really ridiculous pattern where nothing's getting done right and then you end up having to do a lot of cleanup. Versus if I just take a second to just double check to make sure we're good. That could be good for us. So we're planting sunflowers in this field. All right, and back at it. So it does look like we're using the sunflower seeds at a much faster rate than the other. Why are you struggling? So what are you doing? What are you doing? Let's talk about this. Oh, there is a stump right there. Yeah, there's a stump right here in front. You see it right there. All right, let's go get the grinder. I'll just drop it on this side of the field this time. But you saw how the AI was like just aborted the road they're on, and he was going to turn around and then put the seeds down back. That's what I'm trying to avoid, because that's going to get really tedious. The good news is once I've cut these stumps out, I never have to do it again for that field. It's because there were trees there that we cut down, and I didn't have the means of getting rid of the stumps at the time I cut them down. Because the stump grinder, I think, cost me $25,000? $27,000? Something like that. But to get the AI to not do that, just gonna drive through this way. Tag some of these on the way through. Sure. You know what? You get to live. There we go. Alright, so now you got that stump out of the way. Let's try and get back to it. Alright. And so now this will go for a little while, and then we'll find ourselves a new tree stump to get in our way. I'm trying to be watchful for them, but they're really hard to see. And part of that's because I cut them as low as possible, so that the tractors could get over them. The AI doesn't care, though. But that's what I did before I had the stump grinder. You just do what you can. Alright, so you got that. Just trying to double check, see if I see any obvious ones. So I'll try to keep a close eye on him, make sure he's not doing anything weird. We do have to pay him. Like, you'll notice I am slowly losing money. He'll probably cost me, the whole field, maybe $800-900 for me to have him plant the whole thing. Which is no biggie. Man, you're already down to like half volume of water? I guess to be fair, it has been a better part of the day. One of the other investments I want to do is when I have a bigger tractor, is I want to get a bigger water tank, so instead of having to like fill up 2 of them, then run back, then fill up 2 of them, then run back, and then top them off, I can just do it all in one go. Yeah, so you're still doing your thing. Which one of the things I can do is, ultimately, if we get to the point I just can't keep up, is I can have it where they don't pile the pallets here, they automatically sell it. It's just they do so at a lower rate. And now it'd be an option. That said, I'd rather not do that because to me, one of the more fun things to kind of watch / have going on is just seeing the person pull up with like all the stuff and like drop it off and get, you know, their 25,000 versus the alternative is every X amount of time that goes by, it goes, you made $1,000, you know, because flowers. Now let's go top you off. All right. What'll happen pretty soon is where it takes me this long to plant these fields and do all this stuff. After we get a harvest or two out of them, we'll be able to sit there and buy a tractor with like a couple hundred horsepower, be able to get, you know, a planter that's like 2-3 times as wide, get a plow that's 2-3 times as wide, so that the amount of time it takes me per field drops to like 1/3 of what it is now, that kind of thing. Layla Sim says, and these greenhouses never need fertilizing. You could just, or you just choose not to. They never need fertilizing. I can show you the way the production lines work in this game here in just a moment, because there's more than just the greenhouse. There's a whole bunch of them. But all the production line buildings boil down to you just like, you know, you input X and Y comes out kind of thing. And some of them it's more involved where it's like you put in A, B, and C and Y comes out. But they don't have a lot of overhead. They do have operating costs, so like you'll notice at the beginning of every day it takes, I think it's a couple $100 that's saying it, you know, I get charged for my building's maintenance. That kind of stuff. But it's relatively inexpensive. It's like $600 or something like that to run the greenhouses. Can you look at the last count? You change your browser font to Calibri. Would that be good or able to read? You also have increased the font size? Yeah, Calibri's a good one. For a lot of people who want to do fonts that are dyslexia friendly while not being a dyslexia font, Calibri is one of the go-tos. So it's a good choice. Amusingly enough, Comic Sans is considered a relatively dyslexia-friendly font. Now, there are some, even like that, it's still not a good time, because as well as things that express itself differently. But yeah, so we look at the production line stuff, which you find under construction. So if I look at production, for example, and you look below me, so these 4 icons are the inputs, these 3 icons are the outputs. So it's saying I can put stuff like silage and that kind of stuff in here, and I can get natural gas or whatever. Or we have the bakery where you can put sugar, strawberries, flour, butter, eggs, and milk, I believe. And coming out of it, you can get cake and bread. And it depends what you put in. Like carpentry, if you put in wood and lumber, so like planks and lumber, you can get desks and sawdust. You can have a dairy where you put in... Oh yeah, so you put in milk and sugar and you can get, I believe that's butter, chocolate, and cheese out. I'm guessing what those symbols are. You could actually check in the UI. Or we have the granary, which could take oats, was it sorghum, wheat, and barley, and you get flour. But if we go all the way over here to the no man's land ones, oh, that's interesting. They have gold production and all that? I didn't know that. Oh, wait, we need to go to greenhouses. If we go to the greenhouses, it's, even the ones on the far left, it's water in and you'll get different crops out. Like these are the vanilla ones, are water in and you'll get lettuce, strawberries, and tomatoes. Versus the ones that, this is part of the map, is they'll give you flowers and mushrooms. But then you also have like orchards for olives and grapevine. Those are a bit different. These are like a crop, but you have that. Then you have some that don't even have an input. Like you buy a solar panel for $7,800, and you just get $648 every month, forever, which is a little unrealistic. Like, yes, you'd be making more power, but there's still some ongoing costs. You have to, like, real life, you'd have to replace them every so often. Solar panels do have a diminishing return to them. That, you know, you keep your solar panel for like 15, 20 years. It's like 15 to 17 years about the lifespan before the diminishing returns start to get bad enough that you're better suited replacing them. Yeah, you got a mine shaft that you can just place anywhere and it just gives you ore, I believe. You can have where you put in lumber and it gives you paper. So there's all sorts of stuff you can do. What about a new house? Right now I need to do stuff for money. The nicer house is a luxury thing, but right now we just need money. So the greenhouses are basically water goes in, mushrooms and flour come out. And one of the reasons why I don't feel at all bad is if we didn't buy that greenhouse, I would just buy one of the vanilla greenhouses, and the only thing that would change is instead of getting boxes of mushrooms and flowers, I would get boxes of, you know, strawberries, tomatoes, and lettuce out. Now, one might be slightly more. No, a livable house? No, I understand that. But what benefit do I get from getting a nicer house in the game? Like, it looks good, and eventually we will do it. But right now, at this phase of the game, I'm like, will I have enough money to buy the next tool I need to keep my... Like, right now, if I don't buy any tools, I'm planting stuff that I can't collect. So I have to buy the header for the harvester, which I should be fine with. But the houses are, like, minimum of, like, 80,000 or so. So it is one of those things that, very genuinely, I need to save my money to get the header for my harvester so I can harvest my crops when they become fully grown and are ready for harvest. Layla Sim saying that's much simpler than the modded productions, for the most part, in Farming Simulator 19. Oh no, there's if you get into the modded production lines in this game, they actually do have some production lines that get a little bit complicated. Like you take your lumber to the sawmill, and then the sawmill makes short, long planks, sawdust, and I think one other thing. And you could do all that, and then you got to take that into like carpentry, so you have to take one or two of those products over there, and then lumber over to the carpentry, to then you like make the next thing. You have like the bakery kind of thing where you take the thing in to make the flour, and then the flour goes into the bakery. You also have to separately take the things to put into the dairy to get the materials that you then also take to the bakery. You put all of that together to get bread. So there are some that get more involved. But yeah, there are ones like the greenhouse, which is one input, one output. What do you use the output for? Nothing. You sell it. So they do have both simple and complicated ones. Now, that said, my understanding is there are modded production line stuff in the game that get real involved. Which I wouldn't be against doing something like that at some point. Right now, we're not going to worry about that. There's enough production stuff for me to build in the game that, you know, by the time we could build all the different production lines on this tile, or on this map, we'll have taken over a pretty significant chunk of the map. I would need to be leaning on the AI very heavily. So, like, the start of the day would be basically me putting a tractor on one of the fields and saying, go do this AI, then going to the next field with a different tractor saying, go do that AI, and just going through all the fields doing that. That would be a phase in the game where I would have to tell the buildings, hey, I just need you to sell this. I don't have the capacity to take care of this. Or I would have to take it so, you know, one in-game day is actually, like, half a month instead of a month. So I'd slow down time kind of thing. Yeah, that makes sense. Sorry, I didn't mean to bang the mic. That makes sense. But I think this is a nice compromise kind of thing, because if you make it too complicated, then people who are just starting the game out are less likely to stick around to engage it. And honestly, even with that, I don't think many people get the production stuff. I really enjoy this game, but I will give it a lot of criticism that the game does a pretty horrific job of explaining stuff and teaching you how to play. They have a tutorial, but the tutorial is this field needs to be harvested. Go take the harvester and harvest it. This field needs to be, plowed. Go over to that field and plow it. This field needs to be, like, seeded. Go over there and seed it. Congratulations, you finished the tutorial kind of thing. And then you're like, this is not how I would approach a tutorial. I had someone ask me, like, if I made the tutorial, how would I do it different? Like, if I'm going to criticize it. And my stance was, what I would do is I'd sit there and go, hey, we've given you all this farming equipment. Here's this empty field that has nothing in it. Okay, go plow it. All right, you finished plowing it. Go do the next step. Okay, you finished the next step. Like, basically walk you through the process of going through one whole field start to finish. Which, they'd have to include a step where they're like, hey, go to sleep. Go to sleep so you're doing that. Or, being at having a tutorial and just be like, hand wave, congratulations, 6 months went by and you're ready to harvest. That kind of thing. And then go through, like, the one whole field for that whole process. And that'd just be for teaching that. And then they could do stuff like that, like have a separate tutorial. You could do that saying, oh, I'm ready for production lines. Let me click on that. Oh, I want to do my own field, like from scratch. Here's how you do that. But the big issue that I find with how they approach it is a lot of the time, if you look here, they have in here, like, they have here's how you do these things, and this is better than nothing at times. Like, I actually hate the icon thing here. Like, to me, it's like, if it's so unclear that you need to walk me through all of these icons, that's a problem. But, like, it just has text here for a lot of these, and they're okay, but they really don't teach you how to play. But the issue is, where is it? They have a thing here where it's like, if you don't see it here, here's a QR code to access the website where some people have made videos on how to play our game. And to me, I'm like, this is really kind of a crappy way of doing it. My stance is, if these videos are that important, they go here. Just being like, you want to learn how to play this game? Okay, close the game and go to this website so you can learn how to play the game. It's like, come on, man. I'm okay with the game being complicated. That part's fine. But that is such a cop-out on teaching you how to play a game. So, like, really the way I'd recommend learning this game is, if you want to learn how to play the game, you boot it up and you open up YouTube videos and people streaming it and watch them play so you can learn how to play the game. I would say streaming, but obviously I have a bias as a streamer. But I would say the streaming side of it, because you can be live with the person and say, hey, I'm trying to do this and I don't understand. I haven't seen a single person in Farm Sim who has responded poorly to people asking them questions about how to play. Which, honestly, that's been my experience with any game that isn't like a mainstream competitive game, is that, generally speaking, people are excited to find other people interested in the game, and they're absolutely happy to try and help you as much as they reasonably can. Without massively detracting from what they're trying to do as well. That's been true of stuff like Path of Exile, that's been true of Elite Dangerous, that's been true of this, that's been very true of Project Zomboid, that's true of RimWorld. The only games I've had negative reactions, like when you ask what is kind of like a simple, honest question kind of thing, is like the really competitive games, like League of Legends, Overwatch, CSGO, that if you ask questions in that you'll have people be like noob or whatever. Like Dark Souls, as much as the community around Dark Souls can get pretty toxic. So yeah, so the fertilizer looks like it's going to go a long way. We're going to probably finish this entire field to be around 80%, 70, or like 78, 80%. So, true, Final Fantasy 14 also. Well, I can get nasty, or saying Final Fantasy 14 in people are supportive, or Final Fantasy 14 as in people are competitive, so they can be pretty abrasive to basic questions. the communities that the response to stuff is get good is usually the communities that you're like, oh yeah, supportive, cool. Yeah, I was gonna say that sounded to me like a game that'd be that way because, well, I'm not gonna say that it's not a big thing or whatever. World of Warcraft is the big MMO on the street. That I could definitely see that people would be excited to have more people in Final Fantasy XIV. I imagine Fallout 76 is the same way as well. That if people show up and they show interest, that people are all supportive and excited to answer questions within reason, of course. Like if someone is just going like through the entire list of every mechanic in the game, there's definitely a point where you go, okay, like I'll give you the tutorial, the guide, but like I can't walk through all of it in one go. But yeah, generally speaking, I've had mostly positive experiences when it comes to asking questions about games and all that. But I tend not to be into competitive games that much these days. I used to be, but I just got tired of toxicity. Like, I know I brought up a bunch of times in the past to people who are regulars that I used to play a game called Heroes of Newerth, which was kind of in the same reign as like Dota and League of Legends and those kind of things. But back in the day, I had a really good time with it. I was very competitive. I got pretty high ranked and all that. I don't remember what the ranking structure was. But, you know, as it started to pick up popularity, the community went from kind of that people were... I'm not going to say they're all positive. There's always some level of toxicity. But it was, generally speaking, I would say the bulk of people weren't toxic. You just ran into the occasional toxic person. But as the game started to get more popular and started to get way more competitive, it got really bad for toxicity. And I would remember... I tend to play either initiators or supports a lot, but I was playing a support in a game. Every one of us on my team had a positive kill death. We were just handily defeating the other team. And one of our own teammates was just dropping all sorts of racist garbage and calling our own teammates crap and all sorts of stuff. And I'm like, why am I playing this game? Why am I here? Like, this isn't what I want to do after work, is listen to this crap. It's like, we're winning the game, this should be a fun time. And it's one of those games that you're winning where you're not just stomping the other team into the dirt, that, like, they aren't having fun. Like, it was a very tough win. But it was just kind of those things like, I just don't want to play this anymore. Of course, I've been playing League of Legends since before Season 1, I could totally relate. Yeah, there was definitely that was the one time that I'm like, alright, like, I'm actively not enjoying this game now, and it has nothing to do with the game. The game part I was enjoying, but you can mute and all that people, because the problem was it was a consistent issue, so it wasn't just that one person push over the edge, it was like a thing that kept happening, and it was just getting worse and worse. I was finally like, you know what, this game isn't fun for me anymore. Like, when I finish my day and I have to deal with people being sometimes unreasonable when you're doing support stuff and being awful, you want to come home and play a relaxing game or play a competitive game, but you want to just have a good time. You know, whether you win or lose or whatever. And people like that can just suck the fun out of it after a while. Alright, so I had to top off the seeds. But that was kind of the point. I really backed off from that. I was playing a lot of PlayerUnknown Battlegrounds, because that was relevant at the time. And the problem with that one, yeah, there's toxicity, but they're pretty limited on what they could actually do toxic-wise. So it wasn't too bad. That one was not the, this person might be cheating, like that's a suspicious headshot kind of thing. The very overt where the person, like one individual, be zipping around the map, getting like 2 or 3 headshots, like, every minute, to the point that they would end up killing 3/4 of the lobby in the first 5-10 minutes because they were using speed hacks and aimbots and all that, like very overt cheating. And it had to be like, in a night of like 5, 6, 7, 8 rounds, I would run to 2 or 3 of them like that. And it was just like, for how much time it would take to get into a lobby, to get into the game. And then sometimes they would cheat right at the beginning and just like, okay, it's a spoiled lobby, just, just leave and start again. Other times they would wait till it gets to down to 50, and then they would, turn on the cheats and just obliterate everyone. And at that point, you've already put 15 minutes into the run or whatever. That's just like 15 minutes are gone. That they kind of spoil the fun for you. That it's like, you know what, I just don't want to play these. Because like that was the one that was the outlier for being a problem. But there was a bunch of games I was playing that there was a lot of cheating. A lot of it wasn't as severe. A lot of it was, like mild aim bots and all that. They're trying to like tread the line between what get away, but you'd see them go AFK and then you walk around the character and watch them spin and aim at your head the whole time when they're clearly AFK. But yeah, that basically ruined competitive games entirely for me. I'm like, you know what, I just don't want to do that anymore. And to be fair, I've honestly had a much better time since I stopped playing those style of games as well. Because you know what? I don't have to worry about someone ruining Farm Sim for me. The only one who can ruin this game for me is me. If the game crashes, sure, that's a thing, but that's always a problem with the competitive games as well. Or if they're competitive, they're like the PvE competitive thing, where we're both doing our own thing and trying to, get the higher score or whatever that is. That could still be fun. Because generally I find the amount of people cheating is way less. Because they don't get to, directly upset people and everything. They don't get that instant gratification about, like, someone cussing them out because they got miffed where they were able to have that reaction. They don't get to directly ruin someone's day. It's actually one of the reasons I liked a lot of the MMOs I was into in the past, is a lot of the MMOs were real aggressive against taking down cheaters and all that, because they had to be. If you got a reputation of having an MMO with lots of cheaters, it could really kill your game real fast. So they're pretty good about it. And then also MMOs, just their design, most of the ones that have stuck around for a while, they take the strategy of trusting as little from the client as humanly possible, because the more you offload to the client and you trust the client, the more opportunity people have to cheat and hack and cause mayhem. But if you really restrict what the client's allowed to do other than tell the server what the player's trying to do kind of stuff, the far less opportunity people have to cause problems. Which just means a lot of people aren't going to put the time in to make cheats. And don't get me wrong, like World of Warcraft, people make cheats for it, but usually most of the cheats are pretty minor. Because it's not like they can't go on their end and just make money appear out of the ether. There's been dupe bugs over the years, but it's usually a bug that, once they catch on, they slap everyone who got something from the dupe bug. Either banning their account or nullifying the items and the money earned from the items, giving a negative balance and all that. That was EVE Online's one, when people would dupe stuff. That they figured out a way to dupe. They'd let it go for a little while, and then everyone who had the items that were duped, they would just delete the currency from their account. You'd have these ships that you couldn't repair or fly or do stuff because you had a negative balance. And it also, I think there was a way they could also set it where until you reached a positive balance, you couldn't trade with other players and all that, which basically made if you got that bad, your character physically couldn't get out of the hole. Not realistically, because you get your free insurance IBIS or whatever, but you couldn't fit it with anything, so you had to just make do with it. You couldn't get a better ship because you couldn't trade for one or buy one. So it was basically a dead account at that point. So it might as well have been banned, but it was interesting. Not that EVE Online never had a problem with cheaters, but their kind of cheating you ran into is botting. People gold farming kind of thing. That was the big one that we ran into there. Once in a blue moon, people figured stuff out. There was a bug with one of the modules on the ship in the game that people learned if you had your audio turned on that this module had a bug that could cause a crash. And so there was one group that they had a large amount of their player base got banned all at the same time because they went into like a major fleet engagement between two of the largest factions. And part of their strategy was they had everyone involved in their side disable their audio and then equip this module and turn it on. So that when people were jumping in, it was crashing their computers because, you know, they had figured out the bug. And CCP, the company behind EVE Online, was like just sweeping banned everyone who did it. So it's just instantly 60, 70 players removed from the game. But I think that was necessary. That they're like, hey, you found a bug, you know it gave you an unfair advantage, you deliberately were causing these problems. You know, that's very obviously not in the spirit of the game. It's not allowed. So they were made an example out of. And to my knowledge, no one ever did that again. That kind of thing. Yeah, no, it was 100% exploit territory. But a bunch of them figured they're going to get temporary ban kind of thing. So they get their temporary ban. They would win the day. And EVE Online, as well as games with the more expensive ships, can take you literal months of like real-life time to put together and everything. At least back in those days. So there was like a very real cost to those kind of losses. And so the idea was, yes, you might get like, they might get a temp ban, but realistically, by the time that temp ban, you know, they'd be done with the temp ban long before the people could recover. And so it's kind of a calculated thing by these people to try and, you know, win the day. And so by getting a permanent ban, it went from, you know, where they were like calculating, oh, hey, you know, maybe we get knocked off for like the absolute worst of like 30 days. It's going to take them longer to recover. Losing absolutely everything on account could be years of time and effort lost. So they definitely did not come ahead, which I think was the whole point, is CCP realized that was what they had to do to prevent that. All right. So I'm going to top off the water one last time. I'm not going to top off the water. It's still like 4/5 full. We might miss out on one box. So we're going to advance the month one more. Because I can't afford the roller. It's just not a thing that's in the realm of possibility. I underestimated how much fertilizer was going to cost me. Then we'll do the last field for corn. And I couldn't do it the past one because it was out of season. And just like that, we have the starting of sunflowers. Love to see it. We have actual crops in the ground, and they have a yield bonus of about 96%, so that's pretty good. Then we've got our oats coming in. They have a yield bonus of only 70-something% because we didn't fertilize them like as an extra process. I can't afford the equipment. So it's not going to give as much of a yield as the other one, but it should still be good. Do you already have 2,000? Yeah, so those things are already basically full. So we're going to pick up the product first. Because even if I put water in them, it won't do any good. It's full. There's no more storage inside the thing, really. And that's why I figured I was just going to go ahead and do it. Because I didn't want to take the time to pick up just one thing. I'll pick this up. Then we'll turn around, refill the water, and after we refill the water, then we can sit there and start, you know, start grinding a bunch of these logs and all that. Well, I mean, plant the corn, then start grinding the logs. Okay. Yeah, so each of these should give me 6. So that should be another, that should be like 25,000 again. Yeah, Coach Goodtimes well said it's the cost of doing the wrong thing. Yeah, so that was the entire thing. People who play EVE very much, generally speaking, this is a broad generalization, very much do like the the amount you lose versus the amount of you gain calculations on everything, because of the cost of everything in the game, they will do engagements that they don't, it's like not even how many ships and how many pilots you lose. It's at the end of the day, you look at and go, okay, like what is the productivity, like productive capabilities of the person I'm fighting, you know, and what is the losses I can, you know, cause by comparison to my own productivity and my own costs. Because there's a lot of times that you can go into a fight knowing you're going to take way more damage than they are, but if your production is significantly higher, it doesn't matter. That you could just win by attrition. Hey Spencer, how's it doing? How's it going? So that's like the way that like the really little people, like the really little factions could beat like the really big ones, is if they could just pick on soft targets all day long, they could really undermine a lot of the stuff there to basically up the amount of production that the bigger faction has to do to offset the losses if the person can get away without that many. Whereas then the counter strategy for the bigger faction is accept the higher number of losses just to make sure you are causing a smaller faction who can't afford those losses nearly as much. You know, make sure you're costing them a bunch. Did this one get another one as well? No. Okay. Alright. Because like you'd even do the cost analysis, like if you're doing better macro, yeah. Because there's even times you'd sit there, and when you're figuring out, you know, what's worth your time, that there was a lot of times you could do much higher risk stuff, knowing like maybe you go out and you do it 20, 30, 40 times before something goes wrong and you lose a valuable ship. But if the amount of money you could make doing that was significantly higher than the low-risk thing, it was worth doing, because, sure, after, you know, on average 30 to 50 times doing it, you might lose an expensive ship, but you made so much more that you made well over the cost of that ship. Alright, let's check our fields real fast. Yeah, so they're saying needs rolling. The problem is I don't think you can roll it after it's greened. I believe for rolling it, you had to do it while it was still in the seed stage. So if I got rollers today, I could do the cornfield, I could roll it. But, I think it's just too little too late in this one. Because this one's, actually, that's marking as, like, really well fertilized. But yes, this is marking that these two need rolling, but I don't have rollers, and they cost, like, 50,000. Unless we get really lucky and I pull up here and we have one that's like a used one on sale, then it could go down to about 24,000 at the lowest. I imagine we could catch it. But that's depending on RNG, and it's not likely we'll get that lucky. Because it'd also have to be the cheapest one we get there, versus if we got like the really expensive roller on sale, it's still like 50,000. And for those who don't know Retinaru, definitely someone we're checking out. A lot of the stuff we do know and the way Project Zomboid works under the hood, a lot of that comes from Retinaru. Does a lot of the testing, so where people say, oh, you can survive a bite, you know, they could do the tests and go, yeah, that's just not true. Without mods. But, Retinaru does a lot of that test. Holy crap, 33,000? Oh, you know what I bet? I bet you we look at the prices here for mushrooms. I bet you this is when the prices are up. Show pricing fluctuations. Yeah, so March and September are the highest points in that, so we sold the mushrooms at the second highest point. So yeah, that's the reason we got so much more than I was expecting. Still slightly not enough for a roller. But let's see what's on discount today. See if we can snag something on the cheap. I would love to be able to buy this, but our harvester can't handle it. And then none of the other ones will help me much. And all these are way out of my budget. So without further ado, let's go ahead and make sure we're set. Oh, interesting. That could do the... Huh, okay. So we're going to go ahead and get our front part for the harvester. Because then this way I can just be spendy with my money and not care. I don't really get what the difference... Oh. Yeah, no, there's a much bigger diameter. Or width. I'll buy it now. We'll buy the cheap one now, which means we'll get one on sale soon. But that way, I know for a fact that I'm going to be able to, you know, make money later. Because now we're locked in that I know 100% I'll be able to harvest my crops on the other side of all this. So, you know, we go a total binger on my spending and make lots of bad decisions. We're good. Alright, next up we're going to top off the greenhouses, and then we're going to start planting our corn. But yeah, there's a reason EVE Online got the nickname Spreadsheet Simulator, is people will sit down there and do the full analysis on everything. But that field to the south, I do feel like I'm going to need to put something around it, because it's hard to see, but the green is slightly different over there in the corner, and that's because that's where our oats are versus the grass. And at this phase of growing, it's really hard to see the difference from this far away. So I gotta be careful I don't accidentally drive through my oats field and destroy a bunch of my crop. Like, you'll be able to see it better as I pull up. Yeah, so just to the right of that rock, you see how the grass is, like, there's a little tan line where the edge of the field is. So yeah, that's real easy to accidentally drive through and destroy your plants. Like, in one grow phase, it'll get much taller and it'll be way more obvious, but right now it's hard to tell. Alright. I'm really surprised we didn't get any weeds in those fields. I've definitely had weeds grow, but usually it's I plow stuff way too early, so I don't really have a good feel for how long it takes weeds to pop in. It's a planter there. That's what I'll need for when I go to do the corn. Alright. So we've got 2 fields planted. 3rd field we're about to plant. Still making solid money from our greenhouses. We've got our stump grinder. So once I get the corn planted, we can just start grinding up all these stumps up here on this hill. We've already got literally everything I need to be able to make money for my fields now. So we're in a really good place where now I can try and save up some money to upgrade our tractor. So that hopefully the next time I need to use the seeder, I have a tractor that's actually strong enough to use my seeder. Versus the one that's letting me use it, but it's very clearly struggling because it's not enough horsepower to properly use it. It'll take a little while to get that money. More than likely, it'll probably be around the time we harvest the oats. And while this fills up, we're gonna go see when we do harvest the oats. That. Oh, also, how did I set myself to no money to start? So what I did is I started the save file, like gave myself the truck, gave myself the field, like, you know, the handful of things I get to start with. I gave those to myself, and then I went into the save file. They're just XML files, and I just went money 0, like, it's the data type you have to do like 0 point and then 6 zeros after it, but you basically set it to 0. And I set my game time to 0, I set my money to 0, I set the map to have had 0 money. I also set like the amount of money I spent on stuff all to 0, so it was effectively as if I started with that stuff. But I did manually at the save file before I started the run. Like before I started the stream, I should say. So we're gonna harvest the oats in July. I can plant carrots. Okay. So if we get to July, we harvest the oats, we can plant carrots, and we'll probably be able to harvest those in November more than likely. That way that field's doing something. But yeah, it's not hard to edit the save files, by the way. You just have to know where to find them. They're like, you go into your documents folder, and this is assuming Windows. And this is on the Steam version as well. You go into your documents folder, there'll be a folder called My Games. Inside the My Games folder, there'll be Farming Simulator 22. You go in there, and it's saved like 1 through whatever. And that's like what... If you go like from the far left, that's 1, and then the next one's 2, the next one's 3, like going left to right. You go to that, and when you open in there, there'll be a bunch of save files. Your personal money is based on your farm, so there's a farms file, and you go there and you set it out 0 there. And then there's also like a map, like a map-wide save file. I can't remember the name of it. And that one doesn't actually matter. Like, that's not how much money you have. But it's for tracking, like, how much money you've earned, how much money you've spent, all that kind of stuff. So you wouldn't need to zero it out for this kind of a thing. But I zeroed it out that way when, you know, whenever we finish or whenever we want to look, we'd be like, how much money have I made in this run so far? We can actually do that. So we can see the real number versus the number with the fudging of the save file information. Now, one thing that would be nice to also pick up, actually, there's one purchase I should do before we buy the tractor, now that I think about it. The purchase I should do before we buy the bigger tractor is to buy a big trailer that I can load my harvest into. That way I don't have to take my harvester, fill it up, and then drive the harvester all the way back, dump off, then drive the harvester back to the field to pick up where I left off harvesting. That shouldn't be too expensive. I suspect my 100 horsepower tractor should be adequate to pull a decent sized one of those behind it. Now, obviously, if I get the largest one I can, that'll be too much. But enough to handle an entire field should be well within what that 100 horsepower tractor could do. And those aren't too expensive. I want to say they're like 30,000, 40,000 for a decent sized one. Whereas the big ones can get over 100,000. So we got one more purchase that comes to mind before the tractor. But like I was saying, we should get a pretty good payout from that field. The only thing that could really have upped our production is a bit more fertilizing and rolling. But the rolling shouldn't be that bad, and because I didn't get rid of all the grass ahead of time, it actually does have decent enough fertilizer. It's not like it's completely lacking in fertilizer. I want to say there's 2 or 3 stages of fertilizer, and I think we're on the second highest. So we're not full fertilizer, but we're up a little bit. Now the next harvest I'll need to fertilize it because I don't get the benefit from when you plow without, you know, mowing the grass that you get for like nutrients from that in the game. Alright, so all those are full. We've collected our harvest. Alright. Now, my only concern at the moment is that I don't really have, like, any money at the moment. Like, really any money. So if I have the AI start doing the tractor, I could actually run out of money, which I believe it'll just stop if I do that. So the thing I'm going to do is I'm going to take 2 seconds. I'm going to grab the handful of the production we got here, which is only like 4 boxes. That should be able to bounce us up to like $2,000, maybe $3,000. And that should be enough that I should be good. Hey, Big Bud, how's it going? What blocks do you own at the moment? Only block 47. That was the block I gave myself to start the run. But yeah, getting another block is $87,000, so it's a pretty big investment. It's one we're definitely gonna make, and not actually in that long. More than likely what'll happen is I'll get the bigger tractor so that I'm not fighting with my tools just to do anything. And then we'll more than likely get the next cell block, whatever you want to say, after that, which is going to be this block I'm going to be passing over here on the left now, because this is the end of what I own, is this field, and then this block I don't own yet. So this is going to be the next block I buy. And I'm thinking what I might do. I'm still debating how I want to do this. I want to put our production buildings along this road, like at least some of them. So that you'll have, like, the canning factory on one side, the flour mill on the other side, that kind of thing. So that we'll have almost like a town center for, like, the industrial park or whatever. At least that's what I'm thinking. I'll probably have a field tucked in behind all that, which is the question mark about where we put that. It'll also let me put a road going straight from around here over that way, which I'll probably do like the little Y thing. So it's not like a 90-degree angle, but where it's like arced in from vehicles like cutting the corner too tight. But I could do that. The problem is I don't know how I want to do those buildings. You know what? Let's not do that field next. Instead, we can buy this tile over here, just expand our farm over that way. And again, we'll have the road that'll go through this way. It'll probably branch, like we'll have a branch up there, that kind of thing. But what we'll end up doing with all that is once I get all that set up, then I'll know what production I'll want to set up. So like probably, there's a good chance cereal will be one of the ones I do, because that's corn and honey. And all I need to set up honey is to put some beehives in there. And if I put the beehives somewhere near the sunflowers, I'll get a bonus. But then that'd let me make cereal, which is, you know, another thing making me extra money. Okay, I was entirely wrong by how much that was going to sell for. I said about $1,000 or $2,000, and we made about $4. But that's good, because I just wanted to make sure I had enough money that if I started the AI farming that field, I wouldn't run out of money halfway through and not be able to pay them. And I'm assuming they'd just cancel their job, then you'd be in trouble. Yeah, it's good that you're doing good, Big Bud. I'm doing pretty well. It's been a nice stream. Been chilling. We did some House Flipper 2 for the first half of the stream. And the second half of the stream, we were picking up on this challenge. I've been really happy about how many people have been checking out the challenge. Like, very genuinely been really happy with it. Because it's a little bit of a slow start challenge. And it seems like, honestly, people are enjoying that more than if I just went to, like, a regular map, bought a field, did the thing in the field, bought the next field, did the thing in the field kind of thing. Where it's just, you know, your farm grows rapidly, but it's all pre-existing stuff. So I do think the No Man's Land is working out really well. And then the fact that, like, each day there's very visible progress. Alright, sorry about that. Now, the one downside is the AI is going to scuff this field. This rock is too close to the edge, so the AI isn't going to do this spot. So I'll have to fix that last spot on the end. It's fine. I haven't decided yet if I'm going to see if I can use the tools to break that rock, because some of them you can, some of them you can't. Or if I'm going to shorten the field, however much I need to shorten the field, so that the AI doesn't need me to intervene to get it to work right. And one thing we'll also likely do at some point is some of these things will stop selling all the time. And it would be kind of fun to, you know, be able to hoard a bunch of the stuff and then sell it at peak season. Because right now we've been just, because I don't really have a place to store a lot of boxes, we've just been loading them up and selling them as they show up. He'll be saying, glad I caught you in this run early stage yesterday, because you find most of the streams are people really well established, and I find this a lot more enjoyable. That's always kind of the catch-22 of these kind of things. Like, I do, most of the games I play, I tend to do a lot of the marathon stuff, like Project Zomboid, I do like really long runs, Rimworld, I do really long runs. And there's the catch-22 of the early game tends to be the thing that gets like the most people to check it out to get into it. But then, you know, people get invested in the run and they want to see you keep continuing the run, and it's kind of one of those things that you can't really do both. You either keep long runs going or you keep starting over. And I found if I keep starting over too rapidly, no one wants to spend the time to get invested. It's like the Netflix problem, where a show comes out, they get their 2 seasons, and it's gone. You don't want to spend any time getting any attachments to the characters because you don't even know if they're going to be around long enough for it to be relevant. So you don't start watching it in the first place. And at the same token, like, getting a series that you have one run that goes like a literal 6, 8, 10 in real life months in a game, you'll have people who they've missed enough of it that it's hard for them to get back into the run and be interested. And I found that happens in a lot of games, that there is this balance between, you know, when a run's gone for a long time and people are losing interest because they're falling behind or missing parts, and it's so far along that new people aren't going to jump in because they have no idea what's going on. This is very broad generalizations. Versus, you know, if you're just starting over constantly, a lot of people, they don't want to get invested in it because you're just going to start over again. Like, there's a lot of people in Project Zomboid. It used to hold the world record for highest kill count run ever streamed. But those runs take me literally hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of in real life hours. Like, we're talking pushing in the area of like 600, 700, 800 real life hours in one of those runs. So you almost never catch me at the beginning of a run because that's what happens. That's it. I haven't been playing nearly as much these days. Partly burnout, partly just waiting for the next major update, which we don't know exactly when. We have been told it'll probably be next year, but it probably won't be the end of next year or something like that. I can't remember the exact wordings. The idea is most likely it's first quarter next year is when the big update's coming. That's the most likely thing from what the devs have said. But the devs will never promise an exact time because they're very, it's done when it's done or ready when it's ready, however you want to do the wording. They will take as long as they want to deliver what, you know, something that actually fits what they're looking for. Which I actually prefer that approach versus slapping stuff out and then band-aiding it later. I think people's patience for that is getting pretty thin. Which is part of the thing I think that's really hurting early access right now as well. Is so much is coming out early access that a lot of people are like, you know what, Just let me know when it's in a, in a good state, like where it's, done-ish. I can see the handful of rocks that the AI missed picking up. It's fine. It just puts a little extra wear and tear on the equipment. It can hurt the production. So we'll say dropping lurk. Dropping into lurk. Sorry, I misread that. I hope you're all having a wonderful day and night. Yeah, I'm having a good one. In just a minute here, I'm going to take a 2-second step away for a restroom break and all that kind of good stuff. And then I will be right back. And in the meantime, you can watch the AI wait for my very moment I step away to betray me and just cut across the field at diagonal and, anarchy ensue, which is fine. It just makes it more annoying to deal with. But I'm going to quickly use the restroom, and I'll be back here in just a minute. So thank you again for tuning in. I'll be right back. Alright, was there any AI treachery? I don't think there was. I don't think they finished the full row in the time it took me to do that. Which all that'll improve. I eagerly await getting the bigger tractor with the bigger planter. Perfect AI line? I don't know, that seems suspicious. I think they're just trying to lull me into a false sense of security. I do think we're also going to have to refill this cedar probably twice. Like, it'll be one of those ones where we'll empty it twice, and then the last one I'll probably take like 20% of it down. And yeah, you can see like where it messed up with the rock, where we got a spot of the field that wasn't done. And then I personally did the liming, which is the reason there's the gaps there. But that's because I was using this tractor and the liming cart thing. We don't have nearly enough horsepower for it. So it was heavy enough, it was actually pushing down on the back wheels in the tractor and lifting the front wheels. So it's like wiggling around all over the place, just trying to drive it straight. But, I don't have the money for the better one, and this tractor doesn't have a front weight spot, like a front hookup spot for stuff. I think you can buy weights to put on the tractor. Yeah. Yeah, I think it can actually modify the tractor itself to have weights, either in the wheels or something. But yeah. It was definitely one of those ones, like, is this made for this? No. Am I doing it anyways? Yes. Alright. I'm going to take over on this row. Yesterday's timing was hilarious with the stumps. Oh, yeah. So rather than fight the AI in this one, I'm just starting the next row myself, and I'm going to hand it back over to the AI. There we go. And I'm going to do that for each of these rows, because the AI is going to stop when he gets down to the end of the row there and try and turn around right at the end. So I'm just going to go ahead and take care of it myself. And hire and get rid of, like, hire and fire him again. Oh no, it's the government. Yeah, I was joking about having like a backstory for how we got out here with our truck and the burned out bus and all that kind of stuff. I kind of gave up on that. Because was like, it doesn't actually matter. Alright. Then once we go and get all these down, then we're in pretty good shape. Then we're on to the point of basically pick up our greenhouse stuff, top off our greenhouse, and then fast forward the day. Because until that field down there is ready for me to harvest, there's nothing I need to do on these fields for the moment. But what'll end up happening is we'll get the money, like multiple instances of our greenhouse money. Then we'll harvest the oats. Like we look at the schedule here. We will get our oats in July. And then, like I said, we're gonna plant the carrots at the same time. I'm hoping we'll have plenty of money for that. And then the corn and the sunflowers don't get harvested till October. So we'll harvest both of those then. And those will plant wheat and barley to replace those. So we're going to have kind of a crop rotation going in that area just because right now with how little I can grow so far as space, I want my fields to be working at all times. If my fields are ever taking a break, that's not good. Now, once we start getting a lot of fields set up, then I'll stop caring about having every field operating at all times. Then it'll probably change, like, these are the fields that do corn, these are the fields that do this, these are the fields that do that. And you know, when it's just between seasons, that field just sits there, waiting for its turn to be used again. Okay. So we got that. Alright, I probably have only one more row I'm going to have to deal with, maybe two more rows. One or two more rows that I have to take over for the AI right there on the end. Another good thing is as we get more fields and we get more tractors, we won't be, you know, captive audience to the tractor if we don't want to be. Like, we'll take the breaks and we'll watch stuff happen and all that from time to time. But we'll be able to be like, okay, you go plow that field. I'm going to be over here doing my thing. But should be fine. We'll get this planted. We'll start grinding up some stumps. It'll be good. Yeah, we're just a bit shy of halfway through this field. So one thing, actually there's two things I could be doing right now while they're working on that. How much, oh, I was just thinking of it too. The vegetable stuff. How much does the vegetable planter and the vegetable harvester cost? I want to say they weren't that expensive. Where are you? Yeah, so the cheap vegetable planter is About 12,500. And a cheap harvester, so it's going to cost me about 50,000 at a minimum to the vegetable stuff. So that'll work out for me. Because if it's about like 50,000, then I can go ahead and get like one of these fields planted, because it's going to be that oats field. It's going to harvest really early, and the only thing I can plant during that time is going to be carrots. So I'll plant carrots there. If I'm lucky, I'll have some extra money, and so instead of getting like the teeny tiny one, I might be able to get a bigger one. I have to check what the horsepower of them were. But I'm going to wait till we finish this row so I can turn the tractor around, know it's on course. And then we can go and I'll grab the harvester and I'll drive it down here, because it's going to need to be down here when we go to harvest anyways, so I might as well just get it over here. But I want to intervene on this before he goes and drives around all over the place. But that's the whole deal, is we're just going to keep expanding our capabilities a little bit more and a little bit more. Increase the amount of production I can do. And every time I do a little bit more of that, it means I'm going to have more money the next time around. And good. Alright. The other thing I was going to check is how much the smallest of the wagons. So the smallest trailer can actually take a decent amount in. Yeah, so I can basically just, sky's kind of the limit with these. Yes, they're relatively inexpensive. Alright, that's good to know. Okay. And we're gonna go get our harvester and park that down there. Because this is what's going to pull up all of those oats when we're ready. And then the big machine will be involved, but that front part will be for the corn and the sunflowers both. Sorry about that. The sound stops anytime I have to like alt-tab or anything like that. How are we doing for time? Because I am wrapping up at 3:30 today, which is still a ways away. We still have like 2.5 hours that I'm going for. I confused my days yesterday and thought yesterday was the day I needed to wrap up early. But that's because time has no meaning. And when you work at home and you're self-employed, like, stuff like days being Monday, Tuesday, and all that really don't have much relevance. Like, it's just, you know, what's the difference between the day? The only day that matters to me is Saturday, because that's my day off, but pretty much every other day outside of specific days is not any different. Okay, so you ran out of seeds. I'll deal with that here in just a second. Yeah, I'll go put this on the other side. Yeah, this is why I don't, like, this is why I want to actually get the the big hauling thing. Because one thing I can actually do with the big hauling thing is I can tell the AI to just harvest the field. But just tell the AI to go harvest the field, pull up in the truck, top off, and the AI can just keep doing their thing. So it gives me more availability to work at the same time. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. The other thing you can potentially do is have the AI start harvesting the field and then grind the stumps. We'll figure all that out. All right. Okay. And we topped off the fertilizer and the seeds, so we can go back to planting. Yeah, so field's just slightly over halfway done. It'd be really good when I get more vehicles. I know I keep saying that, but it keeps popping back in my head. It's like, man, we're so close to being able to just have the AI cut loose on one thing, and I could go work on other things. But right now, this 100 horsepower tractor is just too necessary for too many jobs. But we could definitely check in with the tractor, like once we do our sale of the oats, we can check in to see what our options are, like depending on how much we actually make from the oats. Ideally, I would like to have a much bigger than the tiniest harvester for the vegetables when we get to the time to harvest the carrots. Because for those who have seen, when it comes to the carrots and the parsnip and all that, when it comes to harvesting, like the big harvesters are fine, but like the tiny one is like this tiny little strip at a time. It is real slow. It also has a thing where you have to like crate it at the same time, so it's a whole process. Awesome, so you are gonna work. Okay, so is there, yeah. So that's that front end for the harvester. We can go grab the one for the corn and all that stuff. Are you going to sell all the oats or sell half and keep half for your own production? Probably for right now, just sell them. Most likely. Because for the production, I believe it's going to cost us like 60, 70, 80,000 or something like that for a granary. I don't remember the price. It's going to cost us a pretty big amount, and I don't really have a good place to put a granary on this tile. So I would need to get a second tile that's like 87,000 and then put like a building that's like 60, 70, 80,000 or whatever on it. Update. Sugarcane and grapes and olive are hella stay away. I've heard the grapes and olives are very frustrating. Because you have to like put the trellises up like one by one, and then once you get there you have to get like the big machine that's like a big U or whatever to go over it, or like have the narrow lanes you go between or whatever. I've heard the grapes and olives are pretty rough. I hadn't heard the sugarcane like one way or the other. At least sugarcane, there's no replant. Gotcha. Yeah, now I'll probably plant those at some point, but it's probably not going to be an early some point. How's it going, man? It'll probably be one of the later crops we consider. Because I'll probably try to grow a little of everything. I wonder, I'm imagining the AI does a horrific job trying to deal with it. Or the AI just straight up says no. Cool. This means I have all the basic equipment for doing pretty much all the grains, as well as the corn, the sorghum, and the sunflowers. We don't have the tech we need for like potatoes and like the veggies or that kind of stuff, but we'll get there. We also don't have the tech for doing like grass or silage or any of that kind of stuff either. I'm probably not going to worry about the grass and all that at all until I start getting to the point of like making a dairy or any of that kind of nonsense. Which, like I said, I'm kind of figuring I want to put a lot of our production right down this main middle road, and then maybe over on like the left hand side we could put like a bunch of like the animal stuff, like the dairy and whatnot. To the right, who knows? I'll probably even later on add some random houses in the area so it feels like it's actually a town. Did you skip a spot? Is that a spot being skipped I'm seeing right now? Chad, do we need to have a talk about this job? Is it too much to ask? Al said, "Fire them, please, pray, please." I am gonna go through. Ooh, what has happened here? Okay, they're correcting. Like I have to hit that one little spot in the edge. I mean, I don't have to, but I'm going to hit the one little spot in the edge. All right. Alright, and can I get a shout out for Allison Adventures if possible? For those who don't know, Allison Adventures, absolutely fantastic creator on the platform. Plays lots of Project Zomboid, so if you're looking for Project Zomboid content, they definitely got you handled and all that, so that could be a good time. How are our greenhouses doing? They're not quite down to halfway on their water. We'll still top them off because why not? I'm enjoying your flipping and farming. You love the first half flavor? Yeah. Sorry, grapes. AI can't do grapes. I figured the AI would not handle the grapes well. The AI struggles with rectangle. I figure anything more involved than rectangle is living dangerously. All right. For some of the production lines, I'll probably have to come by at some point and get the regular greenhouses, so not these ones, but get the ones that have tomatoes, strawberries, and lettuce. Because I don't believe that you can plant those like in a normal field, at least not that I've seen, not counting mods, of course. But just like as the base game. So I imagine if I want those things, we can go ahead and get those going for production lines later. Alright. Smoker Silver. I hate spreadsheets, that is all. That's I was talking to Tomb. In her role she's working on temporarily. She's had to do a lot of data entry kind of stuff as well as part of it. And we were talking about like spreadsheets and all that, and I can't remember exactly what she was bringing up, but it was basically discussing like, you know, knowing Excel and all that. And I made the comment that's like, I don't imagine I'm going to be that. Oh no, it's because I was starting to record all the answers we got from the survey data, from the survey I was doing last month, which I still intend on putting that out publicly, like, once I get the data sorted. Like, I gave, like, the raw data of, like, this percent of people answered this, but I want to kind of try and graph it out to see if, like, there's certain times of day or certain days of the week that the audience tends to lean one genre or another. I'm not noticing that, but it was still, I want to, like, map it out and, like, have a visual, because sometimes when you have like the visual thing, it's much easier to see patterns. But with all that, you know, I was saying, like, you know, she's like, well, what are you doing? It's like, well, I'm putting this into like SQL. And she asked the question, like, you know, I have a question. Would Excel, like, could Excel be considered a database? And my response is, that's a very complicated question with a very complicated answer. Because like on the surface the answer is no, but if you step back and you say, what can a database do, how does it work, then it gets really blurry, because you can have a whole bunch of different spreadsheets which are effectively different tables, and they can have relationships to each other and calculate stuff off of each other, which is what a database is. So it's like, okay, it's not, but it can get really close. Like, it can get to the point where it's close, and you can do queries against the tables and all that like you can a database. It's definitely not intended for that purpose, but it's not that far. And then she was, you know, asking, like, what's the difference between a database and all that. I'm like, well, there's a program called Microsoft Access, which, if we're talking about, like, Office tools, is, like, the minimum database kind of thing. Like, it's not something you'd want to use for a production application or stuff like that. But it is really good if someone is trying to learn how databases work. Access is a pretty good tool for having visual components of, like, here's how your tables all attach to each other and all that. Yeah, Access is an absolutely great starter. It's great for learning the fundamentals, the principles, and all that. And then quickly learning Access is not well suited for production purposes. It's perfectly fine if you want to keep a database at your own, like, at your own house, you're, like, trying to, like, figure out stuff for your own notes. You can do that kind of thing, and that's perfect for its use case. But the moment you're like, well, I want 4 or 5 people to access this, no, sorry. It's time to get something else. You know, and then you get to, like, the specifics of, like, well, do you need it to be fast? Are you, like, worried about lots and lots and lots of people accessing it? Or are you more concerned about, like, data integrity? Or is it the size? Like, is it having accurate large sums of data or being able to retrieve that data as fast as possible? Like, you know, then you get into all those arguments about which one's the right answer and yada, yada, yada. The things that people argue to no ends of the earth of what's right and wrong, and the answer is it depends. But yeah, because I was explaining that I'm actually entering a bunch of the data that I got from the survey into an instance of SQL I've spun up on my own computer. And the only reason I'm doing that is just from a dev background. I know how to, like, knock out queries and do all sorts of stuff, like, super duper fast in SQL. Versus me trying to do the same thing in Access, is I'm going to have to look up a bunch of tutorials and guides and all those kind of things, and still might not be able to do exactly what I want. And then a lot of the easier, more visual databases, I don't know as well. So I've been doing all the data entry for that, which is what's taking so long. Is one, I have 30,000 other things I'm working on, and like the new emote slots and everything else has been consuming time, so I haven't even been getting data entry done. But it's getting all that in, and then what I could do is I can go and say, okay, for Monday at the early part of stream, what's the breakdown of the categories of games played? You know, repeat that for each of the different time brackets, and then put the percents there and all that. I can also sit there and go, for this genre, like, what times of day and what days of week, highest to lowest kind of thing, were the responses, you know, all that kind of stuff. That I can, you know, grab the data in a bunch of different ways to give myself different charts to look at it, to see what observations we can get from it. I am a little worried that that particular interest might end up being one of those things that the value I was hoping to get for that specific item might not work out. Because I did observe whatever game I'm playing, people who took the survey at the time I was playing that game, there was a very heavy weighting towards the genre that game was in. Shocker. You know, shocker, the people watching RimWorld are kind of into RimWorld, the people watching sim games are kind of into sim games. But, there was one or two times that was very not the case, so I'm curious in the long run how that will look. Regardless of that, the data has still been invaluable. Even if that piece of data in particular ends up not being usable for me. But that's, for anyone who's ever had to write surveys and pull data and all that kind of stuff, you're invaluable? Well, thank you. That's sweet. When you write, like, pull data and all that, where you have, like, 10 questions, you kind of expect anytime you write those that about your 30 of your answers aren't going to give you the results you're looking for. Not like the results as in, I am looking for this, like, I am expecting this genre to rank higher, and I get a, like, that's not what I'm talking about. That you're expecting to get results that accurately depict what people want to see on your channel, and then you realize because of how you have done the questions, or how you wrote the questions, or the answers you presented, or whatever, that you unintentionally created a strong bias there. So not a bias by the people answering the questions, that the question itself as presented creates a bias. That means your data's no good, or it's not that it's no good, it needs to be, you need to approach with caution, that you know you can't count on that data. And that's where one of those things, like, you can very much, they're like, when you get to, like, very, and we're not going to say names here, when you get to, like, news articles or whatever that run their polls on, like, you know, oh, how people are doing, like, for the election, who's going to get elected, like, who's, like, ranking higher than other, those kind of things, that just the way they ask the question, they can create the results they want. You know, is this president doing good is a very different question than, would you vote for this person in the next election? No, you're not backing up the whole way. Sorry. We are not doing that. You are not backing up the entire length of the field to start the next line. Yeah, no, and it's all those things. And it doesn't mean that they're not valuable to do those polls. It's just, you can absolutely create the outcome you want with that. It's one of the reasons it can be very important to look for sources that there are organizations that their goal is to accurately get information about something. That's what they do. They're not affiliated with an outside group that has one, like, a horse in the race on either side. They're like, we want to know, does this technology work? Yes, no. And they start polling for that. That they are a neutral party as best can be. And it's really hard to discern that, because sometimes there's money behind the scenes that creates a conflict of interest that isn't always super transparent. And there are groups that do that. That's literally all the group does. That's like, this one group, what do? We try and check, you know, this type of thing to accurately represent it. It's like, what else do you? That's all we do. And often their funding is by people outside the groups of interest to try and get accurate results. like, I can't remember the name of. There's one for internet service providers that basically is trying to rate their actual their actual speeds and all that, but they're not part of any of the different data providers. They're a consumer group that is independent of it, and they've been found to be pretty solid. But that's because their entire thing is they get their money by accurately rating things. So you've removed the conflict of interest. I don't remember the name of the group, sadly. Sorry. Of course, let's see. AI does that BS2. Oh yeah. The AI in this game can be pretty magic sometimes. Of course, you learned that nonsense. That all the tricks they could do skew things in statistics class. Yeah, that was it wasn't the statistic class I got that kind of thing. It was part of, there was a class, there's two different classes I would actually credit towards it. I did take 2 psychology classes that it wasn't about that, but that ended up being an example they used for different phenomena, like psychology phenomena, because the one class is on stuff like developmental psychology. So, you know, kids as they grow up, how their mind changes and how things work and how they learn and yada yada. And then the other one delved into a broader range of broader range of things. That included stuff like, you know, real life psychology manipulations for stuff like marketing and sales and all that, and poll data and yada yada. It also got into addiction. That was a real difficult class. We won't dig into it to get to like difficult topics or anything like that, but that was one of the few classes you'd get done with a day and you'd kind of go home and be like, I just need time. Like, I just need time to process what I've learned today. Like, you know, you're not okay, not in the way that the class did something awful or whatever to you, but you have a better understanding of things that happen and that they're just there. They're just things in the world. And, like, addiction is scary. Addiction is real scary. Alright, so all of our fields are planted. Okay, so it is July that I can harvest, and we're currently in April, so we got May and June. So what I think we're going to do is, the way I'm going to approach this, so we're not sitting here forever, is I'm going to make sure everything is topped off and ready for the greenhouses. Oh, yeah, thank you. Fixing the patch. Like, don't get me wrong, that's going to be amounting to effectively no money, but, you know, let's fix it. But yeah, so what I was going to say is, the plan is going to be, I'm going to top those off. If there's more than, say, 2 or 3 of the crates per, you know, per the greenhouses, we'll pick them up and sell. And then what we'll do is we'll just advance time to the next in-game month. And the next in-game month, we will we'll grind down a bunch of the stumps on the hill and all that. We'll grind out a bunch of the stumps on the hill. And then either when that's done or we feel we put enough time in, we'll advance to the next month. Which honestly, we'll just, those days we'll just do the delivery, top off the greenhouses, and move on. That happens sometimes, that you do hit phase in the game where it's like, what do I need to work on? And you kind of scratch your head and go, yeah, I actually don't have any of those. Especially early game. Later game, you get a lot less worrying about that. Because later game, you know, you'll have enough money you can buy a new lot, so when you're in the seasons that you can't plant stuff because it's winter, you can worry about, like, setting up your new fields, setting up your new production places, and getting all those kind of things. I'm just moving this to be over here, so it's just not sitting off to the side and in the way. Alright. And... yeah, let's do a pickup. Now, what I want to remember is that we top off our gas after we do a pickup. How much longer do you have? You have plenty of time left. I was gonna see if it's worth me waiting like an extra minute for one more crate to show up, but nah, it's only about halfway through to the next crate. I wonder if I can get close enough to pick up both these without going down the lane. I can. Alright, not quite there. These ones I can pick up, though, manually. The mushrooms are too heavy for me to do that. Okay. Blew a little bit. With the exclamation mark PC, are you trying to get my computer settings? It's in the about section. I don't believe I have a command for it. But my my computer hardware in the about section should have what you're looking for. Why are you being this way? Did you like... You know what? It's fine, we can deal with this. There. Should be strapped in. There we go. Are those all for you? Excellent. Fly hacks? Yeah, no, I went there's a thing, and I've only done it once or twice. That when you pick up pallets, sometimes if like you're above the pallet you're picking it up at like an angle, it'll start to like make you fly. It's a weird physics bug. Another for you. Well, I mean, that's what the mushrooms are for. No. Yeah, so we'll drop this off. We'll advance it a month. We'll grind a bunch of stumps. You know, we'll do the greenhouses. We'll advance it a couple of We'll advance it a month, do the greenhouses, grind a bunch of stumps, advance it a month, do the greenhouses. You know, if there's any stumps left, we finish them off. If all the stumps are already done, we just advance the month again because there's literally nothing else for me to do. Not till we get our harvest. And then the month after that is the harvest. Now once we have the harvest, we harvest it. Then I can turn around and... words. When I do the harvest there, we could go and get the vegetables planted. We get those planted, and that's like a month or two later, we harvest all the other things. How many days a month? 1 day is 1 month. That's what we're running on right now. Once the thing gets like really big, that I get lots and lots of fields and all that, that I can't realistically keep up with it at that speed, then I might make it like 2 days as a month or something like that. Just go into the game settings and just knock it back a notch. But like right now, 1 day a month, I can get everything done I need to most days without like really having to stress on it. All right. So we got the 16,000. Honestly, there's a good chance by the time we get the oats, I'll probably have enough money to get a much better tractor. Like, not even counting the oats sale one way or another. Probably have enough money to get a much better tractor to make my life easier. And then if that's the case, we might even get lucky. And then when it comes time to, like, plant and harvest, like, carrots or whatever, I could probably get a decent enough planter and harvester so it's not just doing the tiny little strip. Because that's my only issue, is a field that size of carrots, if I have to get the smallest harvester because my tractor can't handle it, that'd be pretty rough. Because when I say it's a small amount you do at the time, it's the, like, that tan color along the edge of the field, it's like that wide is the smallest one. So you can imagine doing an entire field with a tiny little sliver at each pass. So we definitely don't want to be in that boat. I forgot to get gas. It's fine. I just need to remember the next time I go to do the drop-off. Back up just a little bit. That's close enough to full. I'm not gonna fight it. Alright, so we got all 3 of our fields planted. We're gonna advance time, we'll top off the water, we'll deliver our stuff, we'll grind a bunch of stumps away, get things moving there. Okay, and they should all be like, we need water. Yep, so we're missing water. We'll do that first since those aren't quite full, because they did not top it off at the end. Great demand at farm shop. Cool. Which I cannot get the AI, not without mods, you can't get the AI to do either of these things. There is apparently a mod that you could sit there and program the AI to move like to different points and do the actions and all that. And I hear it's actually pretty good, but it is one of those things that is very laborious. Because you have to go like each and every vehicle kind of map out its route and all that kind of stuff. That always ends up breaking for you. Yeah, no, I've known a couple people who pop into the channel who got it working, but it is just one of those things that they spend 2 or 3 hours getting one of their routes set up, and then it's just like, okay, that's a lot of work. Yes, it'll save you time in the long run. But then there's just a lot of edge cases where it has problems. So what I can also do is, while that's topping off, I can pick up the first batches of mushrooms. So it's still going, so I can get like 2 of these setups grabbed in the time it takes that to fill up water. Yeah, a person I know who's doing it is just like, there was so much they had to go in to get it working. And as well as things that there's a lot of situations you had to go out of your way to like map their routes, insert, you know, in certain ways to like help make it more reliable and yada yada. It's just like, okay, I'm sorry, I'm not that interested. Because you can actually set these buildings to just directly sell and all that. You can also tell them to deliver their goods to another building. And there's some like overhead or whatever. So say I need the mushrooms for canning, which isn't a thing, but let's just say I did. I could have the canning plant, and then this would be running. And all that would happen is it doesn't actually send like a truck full of stuff between buildings that you can see or whatever. It just, you know, wink wink, nudge nudge, hand wave. The mushrooms end up there. So you can add entire production lines. Yeah, they're magic mushrooms. Clearly. All right. We definitely will want a much bigger tractor and a much bigger water tank when we go to expand some of these things. Because I would assume I'm going to want a greenhouse for the tomatoes, and a greenhouse for the lettuce, and a greenhouse for the strawberries. I don't know if it produces them all, or you choose like what the I think you choose the output. Actually, they could probably do all three. I remember it's probably like the sawmill, I would assume, because that's the same way the sawmill works. Is you can sit there and say, I want the sawmill to do one thing, or all the things, or all that, which we could just set it for all the things for what we're doing. So I might just need like one big greenhouse for all of that. Alright, so we could drop off the water here, and then we could set it to refill, take the tractor back, drop off our sale for the day, check to see what's on sale today, because like I said, if we get lucky and we go there and something I need is half off because it's used, absolutely going to take it. Because I know for some people with like the Survivor Man challenge, there's a lot of iterations of it. I know some people say you may not buy, you know, used vehicles. Others you can. Hey, Baby Toe, how's it going? I'm doing pretty good. Alright, we can drop this off. But I am planning on coming out with a YouTube series. It's something I've been recording as I've had time off stream. That's basically the same idea as this one, but I have a strict rule that I may only purchase used vehicles. Like I could buy like the construction stuff, like production stuff, because you can't get it used or whatever. But like when I go to get a header, I just have to hope. Oh, that's me. I'm not playing multiplayer at the moment, so it is unfortunately a thing that I'm not going to be doing. I don't mind multiplayer kind of stuff with this. Like I've been playing on playing a server on occasion, but in this particular case, I am playing on my own. So it is just a thing. All right, bye. That was random. Like, I definitely have people ask if they can join the game. That happens a lot. But it's the, like, I'm not playing multiplayer, bye. It's like, okay. I mean, that's fair, I guess. I'm not providing the content they're looking for. Fair enough. It's hardly the most unusual thing I've dealt with. You got something like that the other day? Oh, that was interesting. Yeah. You seen that with these work sim games? Yeah, no, it's I can understand. There's definitely so like some of these games playing solo for a lot of people is just not fun. But playing as a group working towards a collective thing is a blast. There's a whole lot of games. It's not even this type of stuff. There's a whole lot of like Valheim. Valheim is a perfect example. We had a raid with Valheim earlier today. Valheim is absolutely one of those games that for a lot of people playing that solo is just not a good time. And so they're looking for people to play with, and it can actually be a good, like, it's honestly not the worst way to find a community to play a game with is to go check out who's streaming it to see who has a community. Like, it's not the worst strategy. You thought it'd be offered some art, emotes, banners, and overlays? I get that plenty. Which the few, like, most of the time it's scams. But, like, the few times I've actually known... oh, wait, gas. I remember before we left. Be proud of me, chat. I remembered that I need gas before I left the parking lot. But, there's people I know who are artists that, you know, they do need the commissions, that kind of thing. Like, it's not a scam. It's genuinely someone who is an artist who's just, they are seeking commissions and all that kind of stuff. And you feel for them because these bots really kind of ruin it for them. Alright, anything good for sale? No, we have a lawnmower. And not even a good one. Well, that made that decision easy. Yeah, you totally joined random Steam communities and games? Oh yeah, absolutely. There's, like, honestly, when I was playing the game Elite Dangerous, the first community I got involved with was entirely because there's a streamer that I had started to get obsessed with the game. And I was doing about all you could do solo, but there's a lot of things I wanted to get into that, you know, I wanted to get into, like, BGS play, which that stands for background simulation, which all you need to know for the reference of Elite Dangerous is that's how it decides who owns what stations and all that. But there's, like, an entire science to it, but doing anything meaningful by yourself on that is basically not realistic, because you can be up against literally thousands of people and not even realize it. So you do need a group. But I started playing with this group, and it was entirely because there's someone streaming it, and I was checking them out, and they were fun. And I'm like, all right, you know, I want to hang out with this group, so I joined them. I mean, I learned a lot of really good creators that I still keep up with today through that. Like, there's a creator I really like, Bognagus, who does, like, a lot of sci-fi games and all that. That's how I met Bognagus, was through Elite Dangerous. I enjoy Smashly's content, and I found Smash, like, I didn't meet Smashly. Smashly has no idea who I am. I became aware of Smashly through Elite Dangerous and her playing that. But, and then later on, there was another community that is the one I ultimately was in when I left or stopped playing the game. I also found through that. Because there's not a really good way to... I mean, nowadays it's better in Elite Dangerous to find factions and all that you can join. Or not factions. I forget what they call it in the game, like guilds or corps or whatever. I think it's corps. But now there's actual search functionality. They didn't used to have that. Like, it's just kind of an unaffiliated group together that you'd have a minor faction you supported. But it wasn't until way later that you could search and say, I'm interested in PvP, or I'm interested in PvE, or I'm interested in this, and find someone who does the things you want to be able to find them. So, I mean, I've absolutely picked up on communities that. Trying to think, I know there's been other games that's happened. Not Warframe. Warframe was just happenstance of me playing on my own, bumping into people, and you'd end up, you'd find some people you played with, you're like, I'm having a good time, and you'd shoot them a friend invite, and you'd start hanging out with them a bunch, and people would end up in guilds and all that. Alright, so trying to get rid of as many of these stumps as possible. I'm sure I'll miss some. Oh, didn't quite. There. Basically, I want to try and get as close to the ground as I can without grind, like scraping. Which I'm not planning on growing anything on this hill. Ultimately, I think we're going to put our farmhouse up here. Like this hill will end up being more decorative than functional. Okay. Because this was basically a forest when we started. As you can probably figure out from all the tree stumps we're going down. This is pretty much what we use to get enough money for the greenhouses. There you are. All right. I saw there was another one down here. There you are. I do see the one behind me, but I'm lined up pretty well in these ones, so we're going to go get those first. It does seem like if I keep the center of the tractor going over the stump, the lineup tends to be good. I see a little one hiding in the grass over there on the left. Okay. There's one. I'm sure I'll miss some, but we're going to try and do our best. It looks like I'll be able to get this whole hill pretty much done in one in-game day pretty easily. Because actually it's pretty easy to use this tool. Can't act. Okay, we did get it. Like, the hardest part is seeing the stumps. Especially the really tiny ones when they're in the grass. Yeah, literally Twilight saying the same thing. The hardest part is finding the stumps in the grass. Yeah, like I said, I'm fully expecting we'll miss at least a couple. But I'm not super worried about it. The big thing is I'm trying to make it so that, you know, later on when you're going to place a farmhouse or whatever up there, like, make this into, like, the proper home kind of area. That it's not like, you can't place this. It's blocked because there's a bunch of tree stumps all over the place that I didn't see. Alright, I saw there's another one you missed over there on the left. Lost track of it. Oh, there it is. We were just accidentally on track for grinding it to bits. We apparently grinded one there that I didn't see the entire time. Alright. Oh, that was the wrong way to turn. That's fine. I'm also liking this one more than the other one, because the other one we used when I was doing the forest one, we were using the forester mulcher thing, which, don't get me wrong, also does the same thing where it grinds up the stumps, but it's kind of used as well for that didn't stay on it long enough, for effectively plowing fields or whatever. And so while that worked for our purposes on that map, for this one where I don't actually want to make this hill a field, it'd be a big pain to like plow the whole thing using that, and then turn around a minute later and be like actually fill it all in with grass. Alright. There we go. Got one over here. Oh, one way down there. Sometimes it doesn't play the sound of it grinding, which throws me off for a minute. Because I'm like, did I miss it? Almost done. Oh, there's one in that bush behind us. think we got it. Yeah, we got it. So we got the big one over there. I don't see it over here. There should be one down by the water tower. Because remember we knocked down a tree down there. Alright, so we have the last 2 or 3 over here. Alright, so the one down here was by these bushes, if I recall, because this is the one I had to keep like circling around with the trailer. I think the stump, yeah, I see the stump right in there in that bush in the back. Okay, we got it. Cool. So we've cleaned it up. I'm more than certain we've probably got some tree stumps just here and there that I'll find over time and I'll have to go grind later. But the point is, we got a major amount of them done, so that's all good. We can go ahead and take this around here. And this is the day we're not going to do a whole lot in-game because, you know, it's not time yet to harvest our fields, and we have all our fields full. Let's check on you. Yeah, so you're still basically in good shape as well. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to fast forward time, and I'm going to pop into the restroom real fast because I need to use the restroom again because I've been drinking a lot of liquids. All right, so I'll be back here in just a minute. Not...
No,
is there no...
still bad. That was worse.
No. Why? I hate you, bookshelf. Alright. Nope, we have Gorfy redeemed the Coswing Twitch. Was there more books in this place? Because this is highly disappointing. Alright, let me go ahead and get the, I think it's a sign to read first aid. No, we need to burn these books. Get out of my way, man. Bentley, be ready to get the heck out of Dodge. Because everyone else is expendable. If Bentley goes down, the run ends. That is not good. Bentley, keep running, buddy. Yeah, we just killed our run. Because mechs never leave. Yep. Yep, when they broke the door, that kind of just screwed us. Because, I mean, I should have dropped back here and bottlenecked them there. It's too little too late now. They're fully surrounded. All right. Okay, so... it's almost harvest time. Yeah, so you are ready to rock and roll, and ready to rock and roll, and ready to rock and roll. Okay. So first, let's get the water in there. And then once we get the water topped off, we can go and pick up more mushrooms, sell them. And then the next in-game month is harvest time. So it's looking like we'll be pretty good shape, I'm gonna guess. For the harvest. The only downside is I believe this is when the price on our mushrooms and flowers plummets. Hey, Diligent. It's going really well. Thank you for asking. We're making good progress. All 3 of our fields are currently growing right now. Next in-game month, we get to have our first proper harvest, so that'll be nice. Gonna get our oats. And then, depending on how it goes, we might be planting carrots, which I'm not super excited about because they're very laborious, but, you know. Can't be too picky at this phase of the game. All right. Yeah, so if we guess that it's going to take as long as it did last time, the time it takes for that to fill up, I'll be able to grab both these sets of mushrooms. And then it'll be full up, and we can go do it. I think that's a good thing. Yeah, no, being able to, like, harvest all stuff. Yep. Harvest is payday. That's where you do all that work, and then you get paid. Till you harvest, it's just all money being tied up. For the future promise of being paid. Oh, you mean the carrots. Yeah, so the carrots will actually pay well. The issue is the harvester for the carrots, if I don't get a big enough tractor, is really, really small. Which means it takes a long time to actually, like, physically harvest a field. I'm hoping we'll have enough money that'll be able to get something bigger. But the catch is I'll have to be able to afford both the bigger harvester and a tractor strong enough to run it. Which I don't know if that'll happen. Especially since I also need to spend money for a for the harvester we have to dump the product into, so I don't have to drive the really, really slow harvester back and forth to the sell point. If I have to do it, I have to do it. Like, it's not the end of the world, but that harvester only goes like 9 miles an hour or something like that. So it's not a great commuter vehicle. It's only 2/3 the speed of my really, really weak tractor dragging stuff. Okay. Alright, yep. I was gonna say we're gonna get one more box out of that, which I kind of was expecting. Alright. And I'll grab the last box and just toss it next to this and pick it up. So they're not blocking all this. You should be about right for one more. Nope, not even close. That's fine. We can top off the water. And then we can do our sale. We will check to see what is on sale. Because last time it was the tiniest little lawnmower. I was like, okay, that's not something I want or need. Like, we'll eventually do grass to support animals. I don't intend on just, like, doing there's a meta of doing silage for these kind of things, so you can get silage going relatively inexpensive, and it pays really well. But it's, at least in my opinion, it's not fun to watch. Like, it's a thing that people do, like, as an ends to a means, but watching someone mow the grass and then, you know, wrap bales and then chuck it in what's effectively a concrete ditch and then come back later. And that's, like, all they do, because, you know, again, it's a meta. Yeah, we'll wait to do that until, like, I have something I want silage for or whatever. Or, like, we start narrowing down the products that we can make. Because I'm not, like, going to deliberately not make it or something like that. Alright, once we sell this, then... Oh, note to self, there's a tree stump right behind our fertilizer. We'll grind that real fast. And then it'll be time to advance another month. Because our oats here on the left will be ready next month. Let's also check on the prices. So for the mushrooms... So we are in June, so the price is coming down fast. For the flowers, June is one of the best months, so yeah. So, like, in reality, if I wasn't trying to just get the money immediately, it would be worth just kind of not selling the mushrooms right now. And then selling them next month, but I'm not going to worry about that. I don't think I can particularly go out of my way to delay selling stuff for the extra money. Like, you'd probably want to do that in reality kind of thing. But most likely I'll end up processing. So the process stuff that if I just have lots of storage for, I might delay. But we'll see. Watch, they're going to get up here and they're going to have, you know, a $100,000 tractor used on the cheap. Hopefully one with both the front and the back hookup, because that's the big problem with this one, is it has no front hookup, just the back. But for the price, it's one of the cheapest 100 horsepower tractors in the game, so not going to complain. So last time we got like 40-something thousand. I'm expecting us to get closer to like 30 flat. $29,713. I would say that's pretty close to as on the money as you're going to get. Um, 135 horsepower would be an upgrade, but we're talking it would barely be an upgrade, like just the tiniest bit. So I don't think we do that one. Because this one's 100 and that's 135. I don't think we'll spend the money to buy that. We'll save our money and hope for better. Because if I'm gonna buy another tractor, I wanna at least jump into like the upper 200 or 300 range. Unless I would also be willing to accept we got a tractor that right now it's at like a little over 100, but it can be upgraded into the 300 range. So like where you have like the cheap model has like a very low level engine, and then you can go in there and like later we could just drop an extra 50k to bounce it up to the next higher engine or whatever. That'd also be acceptable, because there would be value in me having multiple 100 horsepower tractors, but not nearly as much value as getting something stronger. Like, very ideally, I'd like to get a tractor that is in the 300 range, at least on the low end, which is asking a lot. I'm probably going to have to settle for something in between. Yep, so park this up. We'll take 2 seconds with the stump grinder, get that one stump I saw that was between the bushes there. We'll take care of that, and then it'll be time to fast forward another in-game day. Because we got a whole lot of bumkiss I could do today that's productive. Like, I mean, I could technically make, like, a sliver of a field somewhere, like, along the edge there, but I don't really want to. I like the layout we've got here. We're going to put a road here. We'll add more fields over to the east. Like, to the east, to the north, and the south. But to the west by the road, that's where I'm going to want to put the productivity stuff, so... leave that alone for the time being. Yeah, so it's right behind the lime slash fertilizer spreader, whatever you want to call it. Pretty sure we got it. Yep, it's gone. Alright, well, nice long day. Really long, busy day. It's 9:15 in the morning. Really, definitely time to turn in. Definitely time to turn in. Because it's about to be payday. All right. Now, the downside is this is the day that our mushrooms are horrifically undervalued. This is the worst payout day for mushrooms there are. That said, I don't think I'm going to just keep a pallet full of them. I wish the storage for pallets along these things was bigger. I mean, maybe that's the idea, is you get a warehouse and you can route those things to the warehouse and then you can collect stuff from the warehouse. I'm guessing. If that's not base game, there's probably mods. All right. So mushrooms and all that first. Because when I go to deliver the, oh, actually, we're going to want to do the mushrooms and all that first, because I need to buy the trailer. We haven't bought the trailer yet. So I'll do the pickup. And then after that, we'll roll up there to grab the trailer. And the trailer's just so when I'm harvesting, I can drop all the stuff in a trailer and not have to make it a whole big thing. Because otherwise I gotta drive the harvester there, and that won't be any fun. I hope we make some real solid money on this. That's the hope. And the only thing I can really grow right now is like grass and carrots, and I'm not gonna grow grass. Okay, do you have more in there? Nope. So it's just the 5 today. Yeah, there's sadly like not 2 hitches on this, so I couldn't grab the trailer. Well, actually, I think you can grab the trailer and have this hitch on the trailer. We'll check. I'm not sure this could handle pulling it well, but it doesn't necessarily need to pull it well. All right. It'll also be nice when we get a bigger tractor that we could potentially, you know, as things go along, like our weakest tractor could be retired to have more tractors like doing this, so I could have a 100 horsepower tractor dragging this thing around, which will just mean it'll be able to move around a little bit faster and a little bit more maneuverably. It'll take less time to get up to speed, yada yada yada. We might also be able to find something that can bring water that's got a much better top speed. Like, I don't know if there's, like, a semi-back that does water. There probably is. But, then we could potentially be hitting, like, 30 to 50 miles an hour. Which would be a huge upstep from this. All right. Okay, and we're not gonna get our box out of those. That's fine. I also really need to take the terraforming thing and take that ridge out from behind the greenhouse. Like, the stone part will stay, but there's a little ridge in the grass that flatten that out up to the stone, so stone will get a little bit steeper, but the grass will get a little less steep. It finally happened where I actually caught that corner. This will be hell to get this out of here, too. It's fine. We'll just deal with it this way. Because the flowers are nice and light crates, so I can actually pick them up. The mushrooms are way too heavy. Alright, I need to get this out of the way for the water trailer. Alright. And we top off all the water. We sell all that. We buy our trailer for hauling the oats when they're harvested back. Then we harvest our oats, drop them off in the trailer, and do our sale. And then we figure out what the heck we're doing in regards to the vegetable situation. I'm hoping that the oats are going to sell for more I'm expecting them, which I guess is what everyone hopes when you're selling something, is that you get more money from your product than you expect. I feel like it'd be weird to expect something other than that. Or to want something other than that, not necessarily expect. You probably expect absolutely the opposite of that. It's not going to work out as much as you're hoping. Alright. Alright, so if we check our map, it should say ready to harvest. So we got our nice, wonderful field of oats right there. We definitely don't want to leave that park there long term. It's fine for right now, but this is where we're going to put a road later. So there's our oats all ready to be harvested and sold. We have probably about 2 in-game months, I believe, left on the sunflowers, and I think 2 in-game months left in the corn. Let's see if that's right. 3, actually. But that's fine. We'll get this all harvested. We'll get the carrots down if we can. And that'll put us in a good spot. And it won't be too much longer before we get a bigger tractor and we consider buying our next plot of land. Which at first it said it was going to do this one, but since I'm planning and putting out production stuff there and I'm not ready for it, I think I'm actually going to get the plot of land on the other side. Because I know I can get the oil factory, like vegetable oil, and I'm pretty sure you can use sunflower. Yeah, you can use sunflowers for oil. The bakery would be the other one. Like, the bakery is what I could use the oats for right now. But I don't really have a place to put it, nor do I really have the funds to build it either. Gonna have to spend the $87,000 for the plot of land, and then however much the bakery costs on top of it. Or I'm sorry, not a bakery, the granary. We can look. Maybe I'm overestimating its price or whatever. Alright, so 24,000 today for that. Alright, what do we got on sale today? I mean, some fun stuff. Not what I need, though. A bale loader and a forklift. But that's not what we need. So let me, before we buy anything, let's take a quick look here. If we were to do the vegetable stuff, where is our vegetable tech? There we go. So the planter, this one is 3 meters wide. And that's 50 horsepower. Honestly, these are pretty low horsepower. Yeah, so we could actually go up to this one for 100,000 for the harvester. But I think that's when I have to have a separate vehicle with me. That's right. That is one that you have to have a dedicated vehicle next to it to do it, versus the little one here, you spit crates out of the back. Sorry, this one you spit crates out of the back. These ones, I believe I have to have a vehicle roll up next to me to dump out, that you can't just... Like, it doesn't have much in the way of storage in itself. Yeah, and that's weights. Yeah, so like... Like, we got the best one. Yeah, I'm pretty sure... I want to say this didn't have any meaningful storage of its own. It was all about this conveyor system putting it into a vehicle nearby, so you had a vehicle rolling with it. If we did vegetable technology, yeah, we can't do that harvester. It means we probably have to do the small one. So if we went with the route of the vegetable technology, the planter's fine. Like sorry, not that planter. The vegetable planter would be totally fine. We can go ahead and get... Yeah, so we can go ahead and like get one like this, and it's fine. They'll put them down on the ground. It's only 70 horsepower. It covers 6 meters wide, so it's actually pretty solid. It's the harvester that's the big thing. And the issue is it doesn't tell me much about these. Because this one, you notice on the... That's not the right one. The little one here, it puts like a little crate on it. Yeah, so you can see it's just the one route. It pulls it, and you put in a little crate in the back here. But I think that's the only one that works that way. I haven't gotten the bigger ones yet. And if I get it wrong, I have something that's useless. So I'm a little nervous about the vegetable planter, but I don't think I have another option I can grow there right now. Because we're in July, we're going to be... Yeah, so I could plant carrots. We're gonna wait 1 month and we'll plant canola. Because canola we already have what we can do. So we're gonna skip the carrots, we're gonna go for the canola next month. Alright, so we came here for the trailer. So that tells me the tonnage. Let's look at our tractor and see if it has... I wish I could tell easily when I look at my vehicles and be like, this vehicle can handle this much tonnage. It says it weighs 4 tons. Experiment on United States, Australia at least. Yeah, that's probably what I would do. I'm just gonna go and take the safer route though, and we'll just wait 1 in-game month and plant canola instead. Alright. So you can handle 8. You can handle 12. You can handle up to 22. Yeah, I'm looking at the prices of these. Because I'm waiting to next month, we can actually get away with a lot here. I'm a little scared about going too big and then not being able to haul it. Let's play it on the safe side. Let's go for the one that's 22. So if we get this one to 22... Yeah, so that's for the 22... None of these really matter that much. Cool. Do you cost money to change your color? Nice options. Alright. Buy all the things? Yeah. So we'll do that for now. And do you have a hitch point on the back of you? I don't know if that is or not. This one definitely doesn't. We're gonna gas up real fast. Because some of these you can daisy chain them where you have like a trailer after trailer after trailer after trailer, and it basically goes down to what can your tractor handle. Like, I don't know if there's a hard limit in the game, like, you could put 6 and the game just says no or something. But I do know you can get multiple trailers on there. I just don't know if these two are compatible with each other. I don't think they're gonna be. They are. So that saves me a trip. But yeah, so later on I can actually get a bunch of these trailers and one tractor can drag like 4, 5, 6 of them. But we can get really big ones when you go to do that. So we're going to take the really big trailer, and we're going to just ditch that over off by the greenhouses. I'll just get the tractor with this trailer parked somewhere near the oat field, because then I can have the harvest so it goes to the end, just drop off. My hope is that this will either be able to handle that whole oat field, or at a worst case scenario, it'll be two laps or something like that. Because if it handles that, then it can handle any of the fields in one go. And that would be good enough to support us for all that down there. Then I still think the next move is probably going to be a bigger tractor. Bigger tractor and then another plot of land. And then once I get the bigger tractor, we start getting better tools. Save ourselves time. The other thing we'll need to do is check what I'm going to need to do for the canola. Because I believe your options are you can cultivate, which is really fast, but you have a tendency to get more weeds, or you can plow, but then you got to deal with the stones, and you have a lot less to worry about for weeds. If I remember correctly. Okay, so that'll be on the left. So let's go all the way over here. That way I can pull the truck up to it and fill up as the AI handles this. Alright, let's go get ourselves some oats. That harvester might be faster than me. No, I think actually I'm faster. Not by a lot. Now, downside is if it just turns back and does the other path, I'll only be able to pick up from it when it's going the way it's moving now, because I'd have to drive through our crop, because the arm is on the left-hand side. So will you automatically extend it? I've not actually done this before. You will. Okay. Yeah, so this thing will definitely hold it all. So what I'll do in the meantime is I'll drive to the other side of the field. I guess there's no reason for me to ride with it. It gave me 3% of this full. So... it's gonna take a while. Yeah, so we got nice and harvesting there. Then once it finishes with that, we can go ahead and... I actually think what I want to do is, before I start trying to plow the field behind it or doing any of those things, I'm literally just going to let it go do its thing. We're going to sell all of the product we get out of it. And then the hope would be that when we get that product on the other side... when I get that product on the other side kind of deal, that we can sell it, and then hopefully when we sell that product, it will give me enough for the better tractor and all that. That's the hope, that's the dream. If it doesn't, it doesn't. If it does, it does. I did notice while this has enough storage, it could handle the entire field. I don't believe the harvester does. Alright. They're basically going to be joining it for every other pass. You fix your issue with your spreadsheet. It's nice how frustration can just melt away like butter. Yeah. That sense of accomplishment and all that. Alright. So we'll just wait for it to do its next pass and we'll pick up again. Which is also another thing that as we get more money, I'll get a harvester. I think you get almost like 3 times as wide as the one I have. You get a pretty ridiculously large harvester. Usually I have to get like the specialized one that's like very specifically for like wheat or whatever. But they get to be really, really big. And so for something like that, I can just race through a field in absolutely no time. Alright. So it's also kind of nice that even though I'm playing solo, because of AI and all that, it's almost like playing with other people. Obviously, actual people, they do a lot more ridiculous, silly, fun things, and they are capable of making even the most basic decisions and yada yada. But the fact that you can still kind of coordinate with another person for these kind of tasks, versus like a lot of other games that, you know, I would have to drive the harvester all the way up the end, then drive my truck to there, put the arm out, fill up the truck, do a lap, reposition to either move the truck to it or the other way around, and repeat every single lap. We can just drive along the side there. You're capable of making tractors go upside down if that counts. Yep. Done that plenty. Let's see if I can actually repeat it. I've been able to climb these trees on my own. So we could try repeating that while going on. I'm not sure how repeatable it is. You get how this works. Okay. You get how it's working though, like you're backing up the tree and jumping, and just the way their collision detection works, it's not very smart about you backing into things as the character. So you can get on top of a lot of stuff you have no business being able to climb up. That one I think is the branches, like weird stuff happens. You can also get stuck in them, but I don't mind too much. Well, actually that would be a problem because that's not my property. So it wouldn't, like, I was gonna say, I don't usually mind because you can climb up the tree, and if you get stuck, you cut down the tree, like you just top it off. That one would be a problem, but I could just hit tab and teleport into a vehicle. I don't get why you're dumping that little bit of oat debris and just the grass over there. That's on me. I'm the one off target. You just do your thing, AI. It's my job to adjust to you. You're the slower vehicle. You set the pace. If the internet tubes transferred physical things, I'd send you one. You spent the last 2 days looking for root beer candy canes? If only I could find those two. Man, I hadn't thought of root beer candy canes in forever. Like, they're absolutely great. I forgot they existed. You think you last had them about 15 years ago? I didn't even know there were such thing as Sour Patch candy canes. That sounds absolutely amazing, actually. Probably horrendous for your teeth, but absolutely amazing tasting sounding. I would absolutely tear them up, by the way. That isn't the judgy thing. It's the more the I would eat these. It probably not the good plan, but I would eat these. Now you want candy? I'm actually, you know what? I got chips downstairs. I'll probably do that after. Well, no, I won't do that after stream. I will probably do that after Redacted. That is happening after stream. So, would you say I'm at the top of this tree, chat? Because I would say I'm at the top of this tree. We just want a good vantage point to watch our farm do farm things. I'm also pretty sure if I get stuck up here, I'm in the property line. Yeah, all you do to do that, if you haven't been catching what I'm doing, is you back up against it. And some things, when you back up against them, you can climb them. Like, I've been able to do it on some of the trailers. Some you can, some you can't. The creepy farmer spying in the trees. Yep. Hey man, you've seen how the AI is. Alright. We're making real solid progress in this one. Yeah, so I think when the whole field's done, we'll probably be like 55-60% full on this trailer. Because again, per pairs of pass, a little... Well, actually, we can just do the math. So you've done 9 passes there. So yeah, we're being about 8-9% per pass. And I would figure we have 6 passes, like 5.5 passes left. But, you know, basically 6 passes left till the field's done. And then we get to figure out how much money we've made. It probably won't be enough money to completely offset everything we've bought. But, you know, we own the things and now we have more money. How are you doing? You doing fine over here? Those go through water too fast. I kind of wish the production on the greenhouses was slower. Like, don't get me wrong, that just means I wouldn't make as much money. But it's the fact that you have to fill them up more than once per day, or they run out. It's just like, man. And I get an in-game day is a month, so that's fair. But also still, because it feels like an in-game day, it's like, man. Really? 5,000 liters twice a day? Like, what are you doing with these plants? Like, there's watering them, but like, how many liters per hour is that? I mean, the math is it's slightly over 200 liters per hour that's using in-game day. The OG Mana closest calculator. Yeah, no, like, the slightly over 200 liters is not exact. It's like 224 or some nonsense. But you get the idea. It's enough. Which would imply every hour, give or take, every hour in-game, I'm burning about 800 liters of water in those collective greenhouses. And they're the size of, like, a garage. Like a decent garage, but a garage. Probably has those fancy misters. Yeah, and they just never turn them off, and they've also, like, poked holes in them so they don't really miss them, which is just spray water. Then at all times, the bottom of the building is, you know, a good 6 or 7 inches underwater. The only reason the building doesn't flood is there's, you know, gaps in the windows so it can leak out. The surrounding ground is just marsh because of how much water is just saturating the dirt. On exactly the same page, the OG Mana going, creates marsh. Yep. the foundation becomes compromised over time just because the ground is so waterlogged, it's no longer capable of supporting the weight of the greenhouse sitting on top of it. Something also tells me your water bill, if you're using 200 liters of water per hour, is devastating. I think it's the best way to describe it. I can't think of another way to describe it other than devastating. You swear sometimes it feels like your fiance drinks 200 liters of water an hour. Yeah. You basically need to be producing your own water via some advanced kind of system. Yep. Speaking as a person who has to constantly fill up her bottle. Hey, I mean, at least there's no doubt she is well hydrated. So it's one of those things that, you know, you're like, I'm having a really bad headache. You don't have to be like, well, when was the last time you had a glass of water or something like that? Because, you know, headaches are very common, like dehydration, I should say, is a common symptom of that, is headaches. So it is one of those things, if you're getting a headache, one thing to try right away is like, let me drink some water, see if it helps. Not that it'll necessarily fix it, but it's, you know, ticking off the possibilities. It's an easy one to tick off the list. Alright, looks like after this pass we got 2 more passes. And then this thing is harvested. Go. I should probably adjust my cruise control to try and match it, because it's something around 8 miles per hour or something like that. You keep forgetting to drink water. It's so easy. Like, it's amazing that when you go hyper-focus, how easy it is to, like, forget to stay hydrated. You know, there's the meme, don't forget to eat. Very genuinely, that can actually be a problem sometimes. Only sometimes. Most of the time, you're like, oh man. Like, I could eat. But, there are those, like, there's also times you're like in the middle of something, you're like, I know I need to take a break, I know I need to eat something. You're like, let me just finish what I'm working on, because I know once I get out of my flow, it's gonna take me forever to get back in it. I'm being super productive right now. I can go a little while longer. And then, you know, your stomach starts screaming in protest, and you're like, okay, fine, you win this round, stomach. Or just because you're hungry, something you're really, really in the mood for that you really like to eat comes to mind, like calzone or tacos or something like that, and you're like, okay, now I'm just way too hungry to not eat right now. Oh yeah, I remember that, the AMW candy canes. Or you get, be like 3 or 4 of the brown ones, which is the root beer, like 3 or 4 of like the pink ones, which I think were like strawberry soda or cherry soda or something, like, or no, I think those were like strawberry. Then you had like ones that were red, I think were cherry. Don't stop. Oh my god. Please. Fine. We'll just go all the way to the other end. It's fine. Yeah, I think there was one that was like cola was another one, which is actually pretty good. But they had like 4 or 5 or 6 different flavors. What are you doing now? No, don't. Why are you killing our crop? Why? Actually, I mean, it didn't hurt the crop. Maybe the AI, it's designed to... What are you doing? What is this anarchy? Why? What are you... Jamie, we need to have a talk. This isn't how this works. Is there a tree stump in here that I've just completely missed? That's probably what it is. It doesn't seem like the AI destroys the crops when you drive over them. I know there are a lot of crops that when you drive over them, you will absolutely annihilate them once they've got past like the first stage of growing. That's the reason I'm not following the the harvester on that pass. What are you? Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't realize I'm in your way. So what are you gonna do up here when it gets to the wide path? Are you gonna stay straight on course? Or are you gonna suddenly weave to the side? Or are you gonna stop and then back up and say job's done? I have a feeling it's gonna be back up and say job's done. Oh, I see another tree stump. Remind me that there's... Called it. Alright. There we go. You are able to feed up your... Oh, that's cool. I was curious. It wasn't even like... Because it's like, oh no, I need this or anything. It's just like, I wonder if you can. How am I doing for time? I'm doing good. You committed robbery for me today. Excellent. We won't tell anyone. Ultrasaurus never needs to know. Considering the amount of money that must be tied up in all of those farms, like $2,000-3,000 worth of seeds at the absolute maximum would be completely unnoticeable. Alright, Smoker Silver, you have a good one. Alright, chat. So how much do we think I am going to make with this whole field of oats? Did one low trailer supplies day 250,000? That doesn't surprise me. Alright, so we do have one tree stump that's by the end of our sunflower field. You'd say 18K? Oh wait, it's in game it's July. Alright, so turn that off. Okay, so what is the price of these? So if we look at oats, how much of a difference does it make? Is it worth selling right now or waiting? So I don't have a silo or anything to wait for it, but it will be worth 50% more when the season changes. I think that we just sell it. Actually, I see like 4 tree stumps on this end now. It's fine. Let's get our money. See what it pays. We're at 12,693 liters. That's only a bit over halfway full of this. And that should give us some level of payout. I'm hoping for more than 15,000. I'm hoping for more like 20, 25. I'll be a little disappointed if it's less than that for the amount of effort that goes into it, but I also know the production lines in this game are absurdly profitable compared to just go. All right. This will be our first batch. This will be oats. It's always kind of a weird thing to me, like you harvest the crop, and then, you know, like 6 months later, you could sell for more. Hey, FG. Can I get a shout out for FG squared, please? Three stream streak. Thank you for continuing to tune in. Come on, you can do it. For those who don't know FG squared, which I'd be surprised if you don't know FG squared and you've been here, but definitely fantastic content creator. Plays a lot of games like RimWorld, sim games, indie games, a whole lot of good stuff. Definitely check all that out. I have a feeling we'd be disappointed with how much this is paying. This is not looking promising. $6,000. That is really underwhelming, actually. We made money, not much. But definitely drop a follow in FG. Definitely someone worth checking out. That was not a great feel. We only got $6,000. Man, we probably only barely made a profit when you think about the cost of seeds and then having the person do the work and everything. I mean, I guess I am going to have to sit there and store the crop. Can you change your vote again? Eek. That means if I waited to like the peak sell price, it would have been about 9,000, which is still pretty underwhelming. We are playing on the hardest difficulty, by the way. Like I said, I don't think we lost money on it or anything like that. It wasn't that bad. But it certainly wasn't the best. Yeah, especially with the little header. Yeah, that's what's going to end up happening is we'll be getting better tools which will make it go faster, which means the labor costs won't be as high. Oh yeah, that's also this field. That reminds me, that field is at only 74% fertilizer, because that was before I had anything to make it better. So we just made do with it. We'll definitely need to put down fertilizer in the next batch. All right. Right. It is true that 6,000 is better than 0. The downside being is it also costs me money to make that 6,000. And while like the tools I bought, that's fine because I buy it once and I have the tool. But for a lot of the other things, that isn't the best. It's okay. Those greenhouses will carry us through, even if we end up losing money on some of our fields. Alright. And I'm going to take 2 quick seconds and use the restroom, and I'll be right back. So thank you again for tuning in, and I'll be back here in just a moment. It's good timing anyways, because we're right about to hit an ad break, so, you know, it is what it is. But I'll be back here in just a minute. So thank you again for tuning in, and I'll be right back. All right. Sounds good, Captain. About to boogie off for the night, but thank you for the stream. No problem, Mana. You take it easy. Everyone's like, drive. Yep. It's a good emote. I like the emotes. And as a reminder on all the emote comment, we have commissioned the next 6 emotes. So we'll have those coming in not too terribly long. We also have the thing going on Twitch right now that all subs, not gift subs, but all subs and like whether you're, I believe, new subs or resubscribing and all that, I believe are 25% off. And if you give out at least 300 bits or more, Twitch is adding at a minimum 10% more. So if you gave 500 bits, I would at a minimum get 550 bits. I think I've seen as high as like 40 or 50% that they'll go up to. They might go higher than that, but I've only seen, I believe it's like 40 or 50% is the highest I've seen. And it's random how much extra they toss on. But it's a pretty solid thing. You know, so saying subs. Yeah, there's Sorry, luck. Thank you, FG, for the 500 biddies. Twitch went ahead and added an extra 50 bits onto that, so that was 550 biddies. That effect. Well, actually, wait, what? I'm reading that wrong. We added 50 bits FG cheer. Bonus bits unlocked. We added 25 bits. So it did. Okay, it added 75 bits. That's a weird way of writing that. Either way, it tossed the extra amount. Yes, they added 50 and then they added an extra 25 onto that 50. So cool. So that was 575 biddies. That's not shit. Did you really miss that spot? Come on, man. 50% more? Yep. Thank you so much for the biddies. I really do appreciate that, FG. It does mean a lot. Alright, so while you're doing your thing, let's get the other header out from over there.
Yay, 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 yay.
Hype
yay,
train is go.
Yay, yay,
Choo choo.
yay, 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 yay.
What?
Yay, 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 yay.
Okay, we're almost out of A's. So thank you, Such a Cookie, for the 300 biddies, and then Twitch tossing extra 45 on top of that. So that's cool.
Bits.
And thank you, Diligent Goo, for 300 biddies. Twitch tossing in an extra 30 bits on top of that. So thank you so much, Such a Cookie and Diligent Goo, for both.
Don't you have it when your cat wakes you up like this? Meow, 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 meow.
And thank you, Diligent Goo, for the 300 biddies. And thank you, FG Squared, for the 500 biddies. Twitch tossing extra 75. Yeah, I do have it when the cat does it. I actually don't, because I don't have a cat. But, Chaos Time, apparently. So thank you for all the biddies. It really does mean a whole lot, that people would, throw their money at the channel to show support and all that good stuff. What is happening here? What? Why do I have random crate? It's fine. You cherish the times when you can be a butt. Hey, I mean, people being sport. What is even happening with these ones on the end here? Do they all have that? No, it's just the flowers. Yeah. So it's always fun. But thank you so much for that. But yeah, so we have 6 emotes going. I am withholding what they are until they're ready, because some have been things that people have requested, and some are, my own stuff. And after saying, also, hint chat, the new hype train emotes are animated if you hit level 5. Nice. I am completely derailed as to what I'm looking at. We're already at the hype train level 2. 10% into that, so thank you so much for that so far. Oh, got another... I'm finding a bunch of these tree stumps, but I need that tractor to deal with it. You know what we're gonna... Oh, actually, no. If I fast forward time... That ends up being really expensive with someone working, in my experience. That they, it ends up being a real big expense. But yeah, no, this is, like, even though those oats didn't give us a whole lot of money on that pass, I'm pretty okay with that. We are still making pretty good money by the time we get the next... Oh, that's right. I was going to top off the water on these. That's the whole reason I was over there. Checking how their water is, and I was going to top them off. And then I got distracted because the planters were doing... Yeah, because they're half empty.
Thank you Lanix7 for gifting a sub to Hello It's Lilo.
Thank you, Lanix, for paying forward that gifty sub from FG Squared, and giving a sub to Hello It's Lilo. Hello It's Lilo is another fantastic creator who pops in here regularly, does a lot of The Sims 4, among other things like slice of life sim games like Coral Island and Stardew. So if that's your jam, Hello It's Lilo is also a fantastic creator you should be checking out. We raid over there pretty decent amount. Whenever I'm doing like the slice of life stuff, we often end up that way. But yeah, so thank you so much for that. I really do appreciate that support. It does mean a whole heck of a lot that, you know, people continue to throw support and all that to the channel. And also as a reminder, if we hit the 160 sub goal down there, I'll be doing 2 Twitch integration streams, which we will have a vote for what games those are. And all that kind of stuff. If we hit 180 subs, what we're going to go ahead and do, and it's going to be sub point, so it's that number. It's actually about about 100, or it's about 45 or 48 sub points. Unfortunately, the thing that gives me the sub points number stopped working like 2 days ago, and I haven't been able to figure out why. But so it's actually around 48, not 33 that we're at right now. But if we do hit the 180, that I'm going to have a day, that one of my days off, that I'll be hopping on Discord, and we'll be able to just play a bunch of games. Like, we'll come up with a couple of games that we'll play, like maybe like Among Us, or Phasmophobia, or Town of Salem, or whatever. So good times with there. And if we hit 200 subs, I will set up some type of server, depending on the game, on whether it'll be like a dedicated server that's still online while I'm offline, or it'll be something I host while I'm streaming. But we'll have some type of like multiplayer, whether it's Terraria or Farm Sim or Factorio or whatever. Alright, so thank you so much for the hype train. We hit a level 2 hype train. We had 1 sub and 1,780 biddies. 1,780 biddies. Chipped in on the hype train. So thank you so much for that support. It does mean a whole heck of a lot. It is support like that that does make this all possible. I very much enjoy streaming full time, and I'd love to keep doing it. And that is, I mean, that and people watching is what supports it, makes it happen. Just, you know, I understand not everyone can or is able. Like, can is able, is willing, all those things to throw money at Twitch, and or doesn't want to because Twitch reasons. But I do really appreciate the support that has it. But even just showing up and lurking and hanging out and chatting, all of that helps. Oi, Twitch, give me my choo-choo messages. It's not doing text-to-speech. I gotta go through and do some adjustments to some of those alerts. Because it should have also still played the train sound when it was done as well. But something got changed in the last day or two. Probably to accommodate this thing with the extra bits. That it wasn't quite working right. Because it's on the impression that it should have also triggered TTS when Twitch gave the extra bits as well, and that didn't work either. But, you know, Twitch doing Twitch things. Twitch do be like that, though. Alright, So we're getting a decent amount, but that's going to require our other tractor to haul that. Look at you in position. Now I've topped those off. All right. And you are doing your best, friend. Like that'll be the things that'll really help our finances when I get the bigger tractor, so I get a much bigger plow, so I don't have to have people working the field nearly as long. That'll improve our margins. All that kind of stuff. All right, so let's check. So growing wise, we have corn and sunflowers out. So those are actually, right, that's 3 months out. When this field is plowed and destoned and all that in August, we're going to plant canola. So that'll be good. So we'll get the canola planted. We'll have a month that we just do the greenhouses. We will harvest the corn and the sunflowers, and we'll get that all pulled up. And we will plant wheat and barley in the place of that. And then we'll have a bunch of time that I won't be able to do any harvesting or any of that kind of stuff. While that's going on, we will likely buy another lot, and I'll start plowing fields to get set up for our next, 3, 4, 5, or however many fields we decide to fit in the land. If we look at the map, so what I'm thinking we'll probably do, give me one moment. Oh yeah, that's the problem with this one. Can I shortcut key this? I'm gonna need to, wait, did I, oh no, I had a button for this, but it went away because I had my Stream Deck crashed. Can I make the Epic Pen thing work with this? Because we could do this real fast. Is there a shortcut key for you? Control-Shift-4. There is. So, what I'm probably going to do is I'm going to get this lot. And so we're going to have here a road that comes... I should not be able to click and drag this, because I have Epic Pen set. You know what? Never mind. I won't worry about it. I was going to draw on the screen and all that, but I'm running into problems with it. Oh, weird. It doesn't work on this, but it works on my desktop. Okay, that doesn't make any sense at all. That's fine. I'll worry about that another time. Alright. So, what it's going to say is I'm going to have a road running through... The plan is to have a road run across here. Over that way. There'll be a road that runs up along here past the greenhouses and over. And then we'll have some fields here. I'm thinking, since they have the road going up and down here, maybe put... I could see putting one large field here and another smaller, like another field about the same size as this one down here. I could see that as one possibility. Maybe we make a second road down here to have a couple of fields off there for later. Because that's a big tree area there. Oh yeah, that's a big tree area. So it'd have the road here. We can make one field that's long here and a shorter one there. Have the road come across there. Another field down there that way. And the road can also go down. Because then if I had the road go down here... Oh, we got the trees right here. Maybe just make the road go like this way. Put a field here. I'm not going to worry about those ones down there, actually. But we'll put a field over here. We'll leave space if I do decide to put a road there. But we'll put a field over here, about the same size as that one. Another tall field here. Maybe the size of one of these two. And then kind of a shorter but fatter field over there. That I think we'll be able to get the 3 fields here. Because I should be able to, put some level of, like shed or something I can keep my tools in over here. Or we just make more production stuff and then, the shed goes over here somewhere. It doesn't matter. We can move the tools where the tools need to be moved. But I think that'll be the plan, is to make the tall field there, a squatter field there, and then a wide field down there. And just keep it rolling. Alright. I think this challenge would actually be fun if we got, if you get like 2 people together that are on the same page, maybe 3. I feel like that's definitely one you don't want a large number of players. And the only reason I say that is the early game, you're not going to have the equipment for everyone to have something to do. So, like, 2 players, I could have one person running the truck and the other one could be, like, working on hacking the trees up into logs. And then when the truck gets back, we both toss the logs in, you know, strap them down, the truck takes off, repeat. So you can do that in the early game. With the greenhouses, like, one person could be, like, filling up the water while the other one is picking up the boxes and running them out. And I feel like that would work pretty well. With the third person, I don't know what the third person does. Like, later in the game, a third person would be fine. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. So, like, later in the game, a third person would be fine, because, you know, I have 3 fields going on here. Once you're able to afford a second or a third tractor, people can be running around handling a bunch of stuff. You know, actually, that probably wouldn't be that bad, because you'd have 2 people dealing with the greenhouse, 1 person dealing with, like, the field. The person operating the field would take longer than the other 2, just because that's how that works. But once you got enough money for a second tractor, then you can have 1 person who is doing both operations on the greenhouses, and then 1 person is doing one field while the other person is doing the other field, that kind of thing. But there would be the early game pain of not enough equipment for everyone to do something. But then, you know, like, once you got past that early phase of the game, then obviously you'd have, like, 4, 5, 6 fields, you have 2, 3 tractors, like, you could have people running around doing a bunch of stuff. Like, while I'm doing this, someone else could be going with the tractor, picking up the stones, and if we really could get things going, a third person could be running by with the cedar. You know, like, just knock all of it out at once. Probably not, because the stone, like, picking up the stones, I believe, is the slowest part of the process. So you'd probably have this one going and the one going with the stones. By the time the plow finished, someone could start with the cedar. Like, the person who's doing the plow could start with the cedar, because the stones would be, like, halfway through the field. So even though the cedar is faster, with how much of a lead the stones have, it'd probably work out. I could see that all working. I mean, it's probably true of just playing this game without taking a bunch of loans or, you know, starting with a lot of money or whatever anyways. You wouldn't... Well, I mean, on a normal map, you'd have contracts. So, like, while one person's handling the field that's available, the other ones could run around and do contracts to support. Because there's no contracts in this. Honestly, the point being, multiplayer about this would be pretty fun. Get 2 people working together to try and make things happen. Alright, the one downside is I will not be able to finish plowing this field before I'm going to need to wrap up for the night, because unfortunately I do have kind of a hard limit at about 3:30. We're not going to go quite up to it, because I want to be respectful of the other person's time to make sure both of us are having to adjust our stream schedules a little bit to accommodate. So if I go longer, I'm basically taking their time. So, you know, I want to make sure to be respectful of it. And all that. This is the redacted super secret. You'll get to hear an announcement about it later. When that later is, I don't know exactly when, but probably soon. But it is going to be something fun for the channel that I think honestly a lot of people are going to be enjoy, and I don't think a lot of people are going to be surprised. But you'll have to figure out what all that is later. I'm not going to say anymore because it's not on me to spoil it. There's more than one person involved. Don't you do this. Don't you do... Okay, you're fine. I thought he was going to skip one line, just one line straight down the middle of the field. Is it he? Oh yeah, it's Drew. It's definitely Drew. Eventually I'm going to probably see enough of those characters that I'll, like, remember certain aesthetics and I'll be consistent. Probably not. They do that kind of thing. That they'll just skip a line and you're like, but why? Why would you hurt me like this? It's very clear that they have a very, very individual and personal attack on me. So yeah, so I think this row here will be our last row for right now. But don't go anywhere. I'm going to go find someone for us to raid and hang out and do all that good stuff with. I do appreciate everyone hanging out and, you know, chatting, all the subs, the bits, the donos, all that stuff. It all helps and I really do appreciate it. Let's go ahead and kill that more. I'm going to leave it right there so I know exactly where we left off for next time. So first of all, for all those over there on YouTube land, I'm going to be stopping the stream on YouTube land. So thank you so much for tuning in. Don't forget to like and subscribe and do all those things. So thank you again for tuning in. I'll catch you tomorrow? Tomorrow. What day is this? Yes, I will catch you tomorrow at 7 p.m. EST. Just got back for the end? Yep. So I'm going to go ahead and let you go, YouTube. And then same with all of you over at TikTok. Don't forget to like. There is no subscribe over there that I'm aware of, but don't forget to like and all that